area for round 3, or staff open area, however you want to call it. This is probably a site that I would expect Wildcard to play off of a little bit more than sort of the previous two. Unless they kind of want to continue with this approach of playing it safe. There's nothing wrong with playing it safe, and you know, we kind of, I guess, saw it in that last round, guys, where Wildcard didn't really offer much. They were very defensive, turtle on site, and the Chiefs just couldn't really do anything to punish them.
Yeah. I'm keen to see how aggressive they do play off site here in open area. It is the one objective, arguably, in the rework that offers the biggest window of opportunity for teams to innovate, and if you've done so well really early, it's basically a way to get a free win on the defense if you've played it properly. Now, we did see a bit of innovation in sight. Emo Room with a couple of cheeky angles with the Maestro cameras pre-placed to deny that vault in. Elsewhere, rotations into archives, footholds, over towards, rotation in fact over towards the main stairs. So Wildcard allowed to play quite fluidly here. I don't believe they're playing top floor at all though. But again, with that hatch being taken away, where Gold Legion's at now, down below in towards site, you don't necessarily have to hold above as aggressively as you did previously.
Gold Legion looking to just clear out a few of these electronics now from the second floor. Top down up for the Chiefs. That is one thing that they have been good at so far here on Bank, is really clearing a lot of these floors above and then making their way down. Wildcard need to be careful that they do roam out a little bit more here on this open area site. That do be careful with their positioning. Chiefs are quick to get on the move and could catch someone off guard, but haven't really been able to see Wildcard too much here, but they're not offering anything above, like you said.
That does allow Digital, their vert player, to use that sledgehammer to full effect, gain lines of sight down below, and cut off some of these rotations that have been pre-established by Wildcard. Here on the pulse, gaining intel, and Vinny with those black eye cameras seemingly will be able to as well. A lot of work being done here by the Chiefs, no frags to show for it just yet, but the groundwork being put in place for when they go for the execute, they can prevent Wildcard from re-entering site.
Definitely a bit more of an emphasis on Wildcard playing around that sort of Telus Archives area, extending, we'll say, sideways position. Vinny finds himself in an elevator once again. Oh, headshot? No, he missed it all, actually. Ethan, though, was eliminated by Pat elsewhere. Keeps Wildcard with that one-man advantage. 50 seconds left to the round. And rather slow approach again here from the Chiefs. And it's going to come back to bite them with the last 45 seconds ticking down. They haven't really been able to establish too much here. Digital, chance gone begging there from CEO.
Yeah, Pat able to retreat back towards site. Digital chases, but doesn't quite catch him. And I believe Pat now, yeah, inside of E-Box. That's a very difficult position for Digital to read into. No doubt he'll probably walk past that and get flanked and laid. Fisho, meanwhile, Kit up above. Needs to try and drop down and think about a plan. Gold Legion does find the first for the Chiefs, but Vinny's still inside of Elevator, could pose a threat.
Just under 20 seconds left. Digital, though, finds a kill. He's got 3 now entirely in this match. Fisher Guy trying to stick this diffuser down. Vinny finally swings out. Perfectly timed. Fisher Guy tries to do the same, but he walks straight into Vince here. Wildcard take 2 rounds in a row.
A really strong sideways extension there from Wildcard. The Chiefs looking a little bit lost there. They did, again, good job in gaining control up above, and they did establish vert, but they didn't really make it count, unable to find any picks. And then when it came crunch time for the execute, that vert that they established didn't really offer much in being able to prevent those players from getting back in towards the site. Elevator as well, uncontested, and Vinny able to swing through late and find a couple of picks for himself. So a good start for Wildcard. The first 3 rounds, a decent stock take, I think, for them so far. They've shown that, you know, they've done their homework. They've created some decent strats so far that are working out, and they'll be looking to replicate that form here on second floor. Keep in mind, last time they struggled with that lobby take from the Chiefs, and honestly, there's nothing saying that the Chiefs won't change up here and go for square. It's pretty 50-50. You can make either work. So Wildcard need to be careful that they don't invest all their eggs into the basket of expecting a West push again.
And it definitely feels like Wildcard, you know, especially the way they played that round, very sort of conserved approach with their roam without extending too far out, kept things pretty close, always had sort of trade partners close by to each other, playing off of each other, but yet still also playing in positions where they could catch members of Chiefs off guard, and it honestly worked out pretty well. Vinny, a couple of times now playing out of that elevator area, whether it's second floor, whether it's first floor, but Honestly, I think right now Wildcard just definitely playing the map a little bit better than the Chiefs. Hard to gauge too much, of course. It's only the first half. Wildcard on the defense, Chiefs on the attack, and who knows? Maybe it all sort of plays out the same when we do switch into the second half.
Line of sight there, interestingly enough, in towards square from the A bomb site. I mean, nothing too radical. We have seen that in the past, but again, indicating that Wildcard's spreading their setup to compensate for both pushes, both potential pushes. Early indications from spawn and their positions would suggest that they'll go for a square push. The Chiefs, that is God Legion. Ooh, looking up blue. The lost screen inside of Archives could be an engagement. Oh, elsewhere inside of open. An engagement ensues as well. Milo looking to prevent the Chiefs from taking free control below.
Good start from Digital. So far in the first couple of rounds. Needs a bit of help though. All Wildcard in these last two. Much of it though has been sort of Wildcard winning these kind of rounds, or maybe Chiefs just being unable to find an avenue of an attack. They definitely don't seem like their usual selves, maybe their usual confident selves on certain other maps. And even if they do sort of succumb here, it's fine. It's experience that they can gather. Worthy though does find the opening pick. And it feels like a much needed one as well for the Chiefs. Minute and a half remaining here in the fourth round, and they capitalize off this pick.
Trying to work out where that pick even was. I thought maybe it was the open area window. It could have been stock windows. Either way, maybe even top square. Not sure. G-Stay will take control of stock. Ethan looks through the drone hole into Jan to see if he can find anyone. Pat is playing in that position. Close angle. Shotgun likely in hand.
A bomb has been located.
He was in stock.
That's Janital. Stock.
No, I'm saying Geo was in stock.
Ah, okay.
God Legion finds a second for the Chiefs. This is much better though. Something they haven't really been able to do is find these sort of picks early on.
Pat looking to go for a play. Emo Rin does find his mark. Gold Legion down below with Milo down. There's no control there for Wildcard. Emo Rin looking to retake over towards airlock. Will push up towards the A bomb site. Finds himself in a very powerful position, but it's vulnerable at the same time. Fisho wallbangs him straight through the wood. Now Vinny in the 1-on-4.
Nice yourself. Might get the player on the window. Doesn't even do that. And I was going to say definitely won't stop that diffuser from being planted. Ethan comes in from behind. Puts Vinny out of his misery. And we are tied 2-2 here on Bank.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing there from Wildcard. We've basically now established that top floor is a no-go for them. They failed against the lobby push. They've now failed against the square push. So it doesn't seem like they're comfortable either way. And the Chiefs are reading into them quite well. And again, that's the one objective that's almost completely unchanged in the rework, outside again of those lobby windows being covered now. So a little bit disappointing for Wildcard, but at least they can find comfort in basement, and then for their final defense, they could go back to open area. So not the end of the days, or not the end of the world rather, for them. And in fact, I mean, a sign of confidence is the fact that they're bringing the same lineup for basement. 2 plant denials, Smoke, Tachanka, Milo can provide coverage with those ADS devices, Kaye to protect hatches, and Geo can play gold. So the Chiefs, they're going to be put on the back foot for this round. It's up to them to innovate and to really refine what we saw compared to last time.
So 2 more rounds to go in this first half. Or we can maybe start to gauge a bit more of an idea as to way things are going to play out in the second half. Not a lot of lobby play, in fairness.
10 seconds remaining.
Not a lot of square play either, to be honest, either.
Again, I think it is just going to come down to one team having the confidence and backing themselves in and actually dry running something that's viable, because a roam is still going to be really, really tricky on Bank, especially if Jackal's up. It's going to be very, very tough. So, I don't know. I think if we see Bank in a year's time, might be a little bit more viable. But for now, Wildcard playing a little bit safe, understandably so. They won it last time with this approach. So there's no real change. There's no real, incentive to change it up that much. Chiefs, of course, they will do their due diligence, go for a top-down take. Digital can work some vert for covering rotations if he so desires. No Jackal being brought, instead Ethan bringing Cap, so can use smokes and fire to cover particularly in the plant.
So I think that makes sense though, right? Because of the way that Wildcard have sort of been playing this, especially last time on
you don't
Locker
need the-
CCTV. If they're not roaming, you don't need it.
You don't need the Jackal. It is really just a safety measure in case there's like one strange roamer on top floor or something, but yeah, not going to be the case.
I was going to say, I only count 4, but Imara just loitering around the parking lot. No roam at all from Wildcard once again. He will stay down below. It's been like this on pretty much every single site. Open area was the only one that was kind of extended out a little bit. Wildcard are keeping it safe. Too crazy. It does mean Chiefs have got a lot of time, but it also means the Chiefs need to make sure they don't fall into the same trap that they did in the second round at Wildcards, where it was very one-dimensional and not the best attack.
Minute 25 remaining as the hatch is now being confirmed by the Chiefs. Fisher, interestingly enough, will attempt to use his blowtorch to open the newly positioned hatch in the lobby. That could facilitate push from behind. That will compromise Geo's position and Vinny as well if they still sit here. Pat will send out the first of his Shamika launch charges. Perfectly placed there. I believe it's bouncing off the top of that exit sign in towards the default plant. Gold Legion pinching from main stairs, and it is a very similar setup here from the Chiefs. They need to start burning out more of this utility though if they want to think about getting the plant down.
Probably need to also just speed up the process here as well, because last time the clock really did get away from them. Gas Babes going out, trying to deny the Chiefs from making their way in. 35 seconds remaining on the clock, and Fisher Guy has actually established a bit of a position here to get this diffuser down. 2 more seconds. Nitro Assault from Jero hits the mark, stops that diffuser. There were a few kills that did go in favor of the Chiefs, and it continues. Gold Legion's got 3. Vinny, though, with a big shutdown onto Worthy. Makes it a 3 versus 2 under 20 seconds left.
No more plant denial remaining. No smoke babes, no C4. They need to try and rotate now. Reposition themselves. Vinny looking to reclaim long as Ethan will stick the plant. Gold Legion covering the cross down to Geo. Narrowly misses the second, but Vinny under so much pressure will eventually find that kill, but not really in a position to go for the res. May well think that back. Go to his left and pick up
He can
Geo.
get it.
Try and bring this back to a 2 versus 2. HP advantage though. Positional advantage. Well and truly towards the Chiefs.
Well, this is the thing. You get Geo back up. That's, in my opinion, probably the right play here, but it does allow Digital to sort of rotate away. He's got, as you said, that positional advantage now. Both of them, Digital and Ethan. And Digital's been in this sort of position how many times? Same with Ethan. I don't see a way that Wildcard's going to be able to bring this one back. Ethan with the kill on to Geo, who was, of course, low health. And unfortunately for Vince, yeah, it's all too little too late. He did get the kill onto Digital, but he was never going to be able to get the one onto Ethan, and he ran out of time as well. Chiefs making it back here on Bank, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, much cleaner there from the Chiefs, able to find critical picks to open up that round a little bit more, give them the freedom to get that plant down on their terms, and then in the post plant, really, really well played. Great discipline from both Digital and Ethan. They were just ready and waiting for their opponents to retake above. They were forced to retake above in the end. Valiant effort from Vinny, finding a little bit of form in this round, but yeah, not quite enough.
Got to say as well, guys, probably not ideal that we're seeing a lot of the
We were,
for a
we
second.
were in the corner. Hello.
It definitely feels like Bank Basement is...
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to lie. This has been boring to watch. These basement attacks, man, they are the exact
Not
same as they
offering
used
much.
to be. Nah.
Attackers need to locate
Nope.
as many bombs as
But again,
Well-
it's going to take time for it to integrate.
Yeah.
So.
I was going to say whether that changes obviously remains to be seen. I think you also have to remember you're going to play it somewhat safe, right? Teams still need a bit more time to maybe try and innovate from some of the changes. But for right now, it's, yeah, kind of same old, which is definitely paying off for the Chiefs. We're up 3-2. Final round of the opening half here. Final game of the day for Playday 1 of OCN Stage 3.
What has been more exciting, though, is definitely these open area holds, not only in EUL, but in this match, in OCN. We are seeing some innovation from Wildcard, the sideways extension, whilst being arguably aggressive in terms of the footprint they're taking, actually being quite a conservative approach in the fact that they're not willing to take all that many risks. They're not trying to take on as many 1v1s as possible. Instead, just looking to with at the time of the Chiefs, prevent them from gaining that control sideways. So we may see the Chiefs actually change things up here, maybe go for Vert, instead get that control above and see what they can do with that. Digital's pathing would suggest that could be the play. Keen to see if it works out.
An opportunity for the Chiefs to hand a 2-round advantage here going into the second half, and then they can switch onto the defense. That's the other part as well, is sometimes it comes down to team sort of differences, I guess, whether or not the Chiefs maybe will look at basement, adjust and innovate it a little bit more than wildcard. So it's always hard to sort of draw a conclusion and be like, oh, wildcard played it this way, that's how everyone's going to play it, but we definitely estimate it could end up being rather similar. Ethan, though, this time around bringing the Jackal, and this time around it's going to be far more effective than had it been in the last round. Obviously, as you said, open area, seeing a little bit more of a roam from wildcard. Nothing too crazy, but footsteps to be found.
Velcam up above for the pre-placed Nitro Cell, but it doesn't find its mark there onto Digital, who's playing safe on the concrete near front desk. Still establishing Vert in towards that position, down in towards Archives and Telus, putting both Pat and Milo under some perceived pressure, forcing the rotation. Oh, Digital find the kill, clean there onto Milo. That's a nice opening pick. The Vigil taken off the board, and that relieves some of the pressure now. Any potential roam from Wildcard.
Oh, nice Nitrocell from Geo. Picks out Digital, who's been honestly amongst it so far in this match. Just under a minute left. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Well, Legion going down blue stairs. He's got the ping, he's got the information. He finds the kill. He does. Pat eventually goes down. Imran's down too elsewhere, and suddenly, in the span of about 3 seconds, guys, it's now 4 versus 2 in favor of the Chiefs with 35 seconds left.
Vinny going for the flank though up top blue. Digital, the only person on drones, doesn't look like he has one. Vinny swings wide, doesn't
no.
win the fight.
Oh,
You
no.
have to win those, Vinny. Gets shut down. Now Gio on the 1v4.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. If he wins that as well, it's a 2-3 sort of situation. Time is low. Gio ends up getting this kill. Unfortunately, though, running out of teammates, maybe running out of rounds. It's a 4-2 opening half to the Chiefs.
Well, it's a slightly reworked map and a slightly reworked roster in the Chiefs. Woster, God, couldn't even get that out. But it seems to be working wonders. There you go. There's the W I was looking for. Ethan going 7-2 so far. An impressive performance from him, playing that entry role on the Jackal in particular. Able to gain really good map control, and the rest of the team playing off that nicely. But that's the attack done. We transfer over towards the defense, and much like their counterparts in Wildcard, the Chiefs will attempt top floor first. We didn't see it defended successfully at all by Wildcard, but maybe Chiefs can turn that fortune around.
Yeah, and obviously, as I sort of alluded to early on in the first half, it's hard to gauge too much. First time seeing Bank, obviously, so it's hard to sit back and say, well, you know, Chiefs are running away with this or anything like that. We need to see the second half. Hard to also honestly gauge whether, you know, sort of defender side, attacker side, and if there's any influence on the side at all. I definitely think the way that Wildcard played, though, they played it pretty conservative for the most part. Only really open area stuff that they actually sort of expand out and extend a little bit horizontally. But outside of that, it was basically turtle on site and hope for the best.
Habana positioned on the west rappel here of lobby, suggesting that maybe Wildcard will go for Kanto control. As I say that, Vinny actually ends up getting a kick, so that's Ethan taken down. Don't know where that was. Yeah, no idea. Must have been either lobby or banana. Can't quite tell. Either way, though, that is Ethan taken off the board. No smokes available for the remainder of the round.
Nice start, though, to the second half for Wildcard. Remember, this is a team that got absolutely demolished yesterday against the Knights 7-1 in APAC South. They would definitely be wanting to find some form here at OCN, turn their fortunes around. It's been a rough few months. It's been a rough year, basically. Pat with the exothermic charge. That one is successful. Opening up these square walls. Minute and a half, though, and they've still got this man advantage opening up these walls. This, right now, is fine from Wildcard. Oh, never mind.
Say that,
Soon.
but Worthy from down below will hit the Nitro cell as Pat was frantically trying to open up that wall open, covered by the mute jammer, placed down by Fisho Guy. Very classic bank so far, really. Wildcard trying to take control of square. They have members on the rappel, cutting off those rotations back towards side and in between the objectives. Digital will conveniently relocate that Yokai drone playing in the elevator of all places downstairs. A little bit peculiar. But nice little shelter for him. Incentive, though, on Wildcard here to really make something happen.
Are they, like, completely stalled out right now? I mean,
Feels
Diffuser
like
down. They have seemingly pulled away from certain positions and now trying to reconvene. There's only under 40 seconds remaining. This seems like it's in the favor of the Chiefs.
It is a 4v4, though, so they could trade it out, but Worthy inside of open area, unaccounted for there by Wildcard, shuts down Geo, and now the Chiefs should be able to claim the round.
Getting
Attackers
tough
have
from here.
recovered their diffuser.
Vinny's completely pinned down as well.
15 seconds left.
Time completely against Wildcard. Imran did eventually rotate over to the square walls, pick up that diffuser that was originally dropped. He's just going to try and plant it. Veloska's dead though. Vinny doing a decent job, and Imran might be able to get this diffuser down, but he will now find himself in a 1 versus 3. The diffuser down. It's so much more to do now from this position. Does get one. He might have found a second. Wouldn't have mattered. They both tag team Tim, God Legion, and Fisher Guy. Diffuse will be counter diffused. It's now 5-2 to the Chiefs.
Diffuser disabled by defense.
Yeah, I've seen Emo bring back worse positions, to be honest, so it was really well played there by the Chiefs to just pause. You saw Fisho didn't aggress over towards square. The other two teammates didn't engage by themselves. They all ready, waited, ready, set, go, boom. And yes, one person died, but the immediate retrade there from the Chiefs was absolutely spot on. Really well played there by Worthy. Impactful in that round. Got the C4 pick. Also got the lurk pick inside of open area. Opened up the round for the defense. And the Chiefs slowly looking like they might be able to run away with this game. I still think we need to see at least one more objective, one successfully, and that match point claimed. And then it starts to become a bit more of a realization that the Chiefs are the better team at the end of the day.
4 in a row now, though, so at what point do you say they're running away with it? Because I think they were already kind of running away with it. You've got to remember that it was Wildcard who originally were up 2-1 off the back of the opening 3 rounds. And yeah, well, since then it's been all Chiefs, and this is probably what we would have expected coming into this game, even though it is on Bank. You know, when we spoke about if there was going to be a map that Wildcard probably wanted, it would be Bank, and yet it's still playing out in Chiefs' favor. For the first time, though, guys, we do head over to Telus Archives. This is actually the first time we're going to see it here tonight.
Yeah, and so far this evening, we haven't seen teams be too ambitious with their extensions vertically. They've mostly been horizontal extensions, so we might see the Chiefs play into that philosophy and extend into open area. But as I say that, investment in utility up above with castle barricades, etc., may actually indicate that we will see CEO, front desk, etc. held up above here by the Chiefs. They have plenty of aggressive operators to frag out and facilitate that playstyle, so we'll have to see whether or not that does actually pay off and what the approach will be here from Wildcard. Do they contest up above? Do they try and go open area across? There are a couple of different routes they could consider, but I think it's important that we just see them play off one another. I mean, at the end of the day, that is the best way to go about things. Just be synced on a plan and make sure you can try and execute that to the best of your ability.
Protected.
Crucial round here for Wildcard, though. They cannot allow Chiefs to go up 6-2 and get 4 match points. Would basically be a nail in the coffin. I don't think Wildcard has been terrible in this game, though, guys, in this match. Done some decent things. Vinny has been thereabouts, up to 8 kills now for the team, top fragging. Finds yet another pick. They just not have been capable of really closing out any of these rounds. Digital with a Nitrocell elimination onto Pat immediately makes it 4 versus 4, ties it up again.
Wildcard looking to get a foothold in above here, but Ethan potentially causing some issues playing behind the couch. Flashes rain out though. Vinny still contesting that rappel.
Wow.
Worthy eventually find that pick. Thinks about reclaiming the position behind that deployable shield, watching in towards square, but instead will go for the percentage play, rotate over towards the A-bomb side inside of Telus' office. And a very well-measured play at that. Chiefs with the man advantage, are looking to close out this round. Emo up above. Molosca as well on the vert. Wildcard desperately looking to crawl something back here, but Worthy doubles down on the pain. And things start to look pretty grim.
And I was about to say maybe that the Chiefs seemingly had all sort of fallen back to sight, that they could have given up vert control to Wildcard, but that C4 basically puts an end to this one now. 40 seconds left. Digital playing at bottom square here in the first floor. He's got a good little angle here, although misses a few shots. Bit of a whiff from Digital. Giro will punish him. Allows them to push down, although Worthy covering. He's got 3 in the round. That's stage 1 MVP Worthy showing up here for the Chiefs. After what has been a bit of a quiet game from him this round, he has been immense. And they're going to need him maybe to be immense to finish off Geo. He still has Ethan, who's 7-3-2, just quietly having a big performance. Geo will get this diffuser down. Never mind. Even though he does, Ethan just sweeps across, gets the kill. He'll get the counter defuse. Chiefs will get match point.
Clean-up work there from Ethan is successful, able to claim the round for his team. Good presence up above there from the Chiefs, able to bleed out time and resources there from Wildcard, who do, unfortunately, look a little bit lost here on Bank. I know it's a big map, but they seem to have forgotten the map themselves, I guess. Got that in the inventory, and yeah, looking a little bit lost at the moment, but yeah, I think that's what we've probably come to expect heading into this matchup. The Chiefs much more refined at the moment, and Wildcard still finding their feet.
Yeah, this has basically gone the way we kind of expected it. The start was fun. The start almost kind of was like Wildcard evolved for a brief moment in time, but yeah, what's that now? 5 rounds in a row to the Chiefs, and probably highlighting that defense has been even stronger than maybe even some of their attacking rounds. They've looked pretty clean defensively. In fairness, they also looked pretty good on the offense. And to complete the World Tour, for what would also be a 7-2 victory, we head down to Lockers and CCTV for what could be the final round of the night.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. I feel like the first couple of rounds were pretty hype, pretty exciting siege, and it's kind of fizzled out a little bit from that point onwards. And I mean, that's probably, yeah, what we expected at the end of the day. The Chiefs is a little bit more experienced and in better form at the moment. So the anticipated result heading into this one seems to be playing out, but maybe Wildcard can bring this back slowly. Basement attack will be no easy feat, and the Chiefs actually, here we go, they're roaming. So. Yeah. The hatch has been opened up. Gold Legion top floor. Ethan as well on first floor, using that super shorty to open up different angles and different rotations. So I am just super excited to see if the Chiefs can pull this off, because we didn't see Wildcard attempt it. And Vinny, again, opening pick. Is it on the same rappel? It is. So that is like, what, 3 rounds in a row on this rappel? He's on the opening kill. That's a little bit ridiculous. The Chiefs definitely making some pretty critical mistakes in that department. Completely falling apart there, but just like every other round, they'll look to bring it back. Milo, though, finds a second.
Yeah, this is a really good observation that you found there, because what it also do is I don't think we'll give a fair representation of what this room could have been.
Yeah.
You lose God Legion immediately, he's on the Vigil. Now Worthy, you know, both of those two going down basically spells disaster. For the final 3 players, you almost have to give up on the roam at this point. Go back down and see if you can hold, but by doing that, you already concede. I would almost like to see them just repeat again and for once maybe not die to Vinny inside of 5 seconds.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad strat. Milo, hungry for blood, finds a second in this round.
Yeah, this is over, this round.
Maybe Digital can pull off a miracle. One of the best players in the region, but no. Shut down. Good night. Good show. 1 on 5. Wow. Also taken out. It's flawless for Wildcard, and the roam might not be the play.
Well, I mean, again, as I said, it's
I hope not.
it's
Try it again.
difficult. I would definitely give that one more go and say, all right, let's not die to Vinny immediately. They may also say, you know what, we gave it a go. Did not work out horribly. They know what they could. Maybe you've got that VOD now, right? You can look at that. Let's not show anymore. We'll use that in the future. Let's just go and finish this off.
It's probably the right idea. It is an interesting point you bring up, though. Like, I'm honestly surprised that the Chiefs have actually even let this map through, right? Because the Apex South teams now have something to go off on this map. Didn't get played yesterday. No reason why it might not get played next week, but maybe the Chiefs just back themselves in. And honestly, for the most part, I mean, yes, there has been a little bit of innovation here and there. It's playing out very, very similar to Old Bank in many respects. So I don't think the Chiefs are giving away all that
this
much.
is the thing, though. Chiefs actually were the first team to play Chalet in OCN, and they were the first team to play Chalet in Apex South when it came into the map pool. And now they're the first team to also play Bank. So I think they've got this history to obviously play these new maps early, which helps them. We think back to the Stage 2 playoffs, and one thing that we were able to, credit them for was their really large map pool. This is how you get that large map pool. You play these maps, and that's exactly what Bliss did earlier on tonight, where they played a map that they didn't really play much of in Stage 2.
100%. Two really nice pre-play strains there as well from Wildcard inside of lobby. Would maybe indicate that we'll see Vinny once again go for that repel and apply some early round pressure. The rest of the team spawning over towards the east though, and Geo likely to make his way up blue, indicating that a square take will be the play. Tell you what, if Vinny repels here on lobby and finds another free kill, I am
Scanning for electronic devices.
going home.
Bomb located by
Just
attack.
call in early.
Yeah. Can we just spectate Vinny just for like the entirety of the first minute of this round? I want to see how he's getting these free kills because it's a little bit ridiculous.
Also, if you want a fun fact, guys, provided this does end before, say, 7-5, Overt will find themselves in a playoff position after Playday 1.
That's probably one of the worst fun facts you've ever had. But...
And Wildcard will be below Rhythm.
Oh, Wildcard. Does that mean Wildcard are relegated? Confirmed?
Well, there's 6 more weeks, but 6 more play days, but
Yeah. We'll run with it. What a storyline that would be.
it is definitely one to follow throughout Stage 3. Of course, Wildcard, Rhythm, what happens there? How does Overt go? There's so many different storylines. Team Bliss, do they shake off the playoff jitters that's plagued them?
Sorry to interrupt. I mean, you're going on a really good spiel here about storylines. But we're a minute 30 into this round. What
Nothing's
have Wildcard achieved? Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. They're going for a 3-man or 2-man repel at least here on the north. Yet to gain control of Square. Stock's being held by Worthy. They haven't contested that. Vinny hasn't gotten his free pick. And Kanto's... It's not really going to be an angle they can create. This is a really, really bad position that Wildcard find themselves in.
Shapes up for what could be eventually a very one-dimensional kind of attack that Chiefs will be able to snuff out late into the round. Minute left. Well, still match point. Pat 1 and 7. Rough on the hard breach in this game. Worthy getting a little bit aggressive inside of Stock.
Needs to be careful that he doesn't drop. Oh, ADS will save his life. I'm choking as he almost did. Jesus. Worthy though holds the angle, swings wide, finds one. Immerin taken off the board, no Maverick available for the rest of this round, and that's 2 nades. No longer available for Wildcard. 25 seconds left, and the push
Pat's
will come
in though.
through.
Oh, never mind. Pat's dead though. They're all going to probably die at this point, and they certainly are. Geo trying his best. Unfortunately, though, to 1 versus 4. Well, this game certainly got away from Wildcard. They had a decent start, but the Chiefs put a stop to it. They put the foot on the throat. They got the job done. And they pick up right where they left off, and that is with a dub in OCN. Digit's happy. The whole crew is happy. Not too many smiles from Ethan. He knows it's only Playday 1. Don't need to get too excited. But the Chiefs continue their winning ways.
Yeah, they just got the job done. It was a pretty hectic start to Bank. It was exciting. We saw some pretty exciting siege across the board from both teams, but it really did fizzle out. The Chiefs outclassing their opponents, and that last round in particular, oh, that was really, really rough.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes make me afraid.
No, not to
I won't
running
lose
around
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my
I feel
God,
you
what he
waiting for my
He
fall.
can know how good the SMG can be, but the player pushing it from behind. He finds that pick on the drift. He swings and finds Bill on the bounce.
Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, what a double. What is going on here?
Oh, nice swing there from Word.
The bank zone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 2 Champions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it. Oh, no. What have they done? They just didn't
OCN Playday 6 has started, and you're listening to Chosen by Banks Arcade. Got a little more information on that exclamation mark Chosen in the Twitch chat. Of course, it is available on all platforms. Joining me today, well, I would say it's almost a shock, but it's not. It's just the standard crew now. Turtle and Vast. Vast, we'll go to you first. How are you feeling coming into today, mate?
As always, manic every day. I'm good, but I do want to turn it around because you've been doing playoffs. So how have you been?
Oh, mate, not gonna lie. The flight home was a bit rough. Got about an hour, 2 hours sleep, a little nap, but the playoffs were pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The Playday 2 was nutty. Yesterday's matches, for those that didn't watch it, I really highly recommend. I didn't have any O's teams playing, but go back and watch it on the main Rainbow Six channel. It was nice. Turtle, good to see your face. How are you feeling, mate?
Feeling pretty good. It's been a long 2 weeks without Stage. Been getting a bit bored, you know, just keen to get into it tonight.
Well, we can do that. We'll have a look at the standings as to where these teams all sit, because we're really into the last 2 playdays. These are the final 2 playdays to make something happen. Are we surprised to see Knights at the top here, Turtle? I mean, I feel like they really have shown us something different in 2022.
I don't think we're surprised to see Knights at the top, even ODM at this point. I think it's more about like the fact that Chiefs and Bliss are near the bottom. I think that's the biggest question mark right now.
Yeah, would you agree with that, Vast? It just doesn't, kind of feels like that mid-pack just is a little bit of a question mark in itself.
Yeah, I think mainly for Bliss, for me, I kind of expected a lot more from them, considering, you know, OCN's all they got right now. Whereas Chiefs, you know, they have a lot more to manage. I mean, you know, you can say that, but Knights are in kind of the exact same boat. You know, they're doing quite well. So, I mean, yeah, I'd say Bliss more so than Chiefs.
Very interesting. Well, let's have a look at the matches that we have for today. Again, reminding you, there's only 2 more play days left. This one included, and really when there's 6 points on the line for these teams to secure their place, it is more important than ever that they pull out the dubs. Odium taking on Vertex to kickstart us, but I think it's match 2 that might be match of the day here, Turtle. What do you think?
I got to agree with that, but I also think match 3 is kind of an interesting one. Like, Bliss vs Ground Zero, they're 5th and 6th right now. Like, the winner of that match is sort of locking themselves, the loser of that match is locking themselves into sort of 6th place for the rest of the season. So it's a really important one for those teams.
Don't mind that. And what do you reckon of Knights and Army? That one has to be going toward Knights here, Vast, surely.
Oh no, I reckon that's going to be the game of the season.
Yeah, could well be. It could well be. Who knows? Let's have a look at the predictions, and Vash, you can run us through what your predictions are looking like today. Again, remembering we have 8 people on the panel. Oh, he's gone for Vertex. What's going on here?
Look, Manik, I've won 15. I've got 15 correct for a reason. Like, I don't know. I had a dream last night, and I just saw the Vertex logo. That's what I'm going to say.
How are you 15-5? You are a sham. I'm telling you now. Would you like to defend the comment that you made about this Ground Zero Bliss game? Because it doesn't look like it's going to be all that competitive.
I mean,
oh wait, that's Turtle.
oh,
yeah,
no. I mean, if you got
changed
something,
names, have you?
no, if you got something, feel free.
Oh no, you go, mate.
Oh, I'll do it just because you don't want to. Yeah, no, I feel like it might be a close one. Like, Bliss have been, honestly, the games have been close. They haven't been performing anywhere near expected. Ground Zero are doing about as well as you sort of expect for them their first season in OCN, but they've probably gained a bit of experience now, a bit of traction, and hopefully they can bring a good show tonight.
I really hope so, because it does feel like this stage has been a little bit more competitive than what we thought, and Vast, really, with the way that Bliss are trending at the moment, are you at all worried about their season? Maybe even probably overall year if they don't pick this up?
Not really worried about the year right now. I mean, it is only 2 stages, but I think for playoffs, I'm kind of concerned. I think the way they've been playing, they've looked a bit lackluster, like just not the Bliss we're used to seeing. I mean, last stage, I know they've made 2 roster changes, but last stage we're so used to seeing Bliss kind of be in their opponent's face, and we're just kind of not seeing that Bliss this stage.
Yeah, no, that's more than fair enough. But look, it's time to turn our attention to the first matchup of the night. It's second place taking on 7th. Top of the ladder versus bottom. Vertex down the bottom in 7th, only with 1 win on the board. Turtle, would it be fair to say that maybe this is a pretty clear-cut game? I mean, Vertex do have a little bit in this, but I just feel like this one's got to be done and dusted.
I feel like even though they are at the bottom of the ladder right now, they have shown us they're pretty consistent. They're going 7-5 with these teams like Bliss, Chiefs. They only lost 7-3 to Wildcard. Like, they are pretty consistent. It's just they need to get over the line and finally win against one of these teams.
Very fair. Vast, I know you got a little bit in the workshop for this team. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I've got a lot behind this team, so, I'm really supporting them today. But I think, yeah, I agree with Turtle. Like, they've only got 1 win this stage, but, I mean, the results have been quite competitive, always kind of losing in that 7-5 fashion, which kind of shows that, they can, bring it to a lot of OCN teams. I think just for them, it's not a matter of fragging and their frag pragger. They've proven that they can, keep up with that with, Neptune and Zane specifically. But I think just maybe they're lacking in their kind of mid-round decision makings. That's maybe losing them these rounds. But, I think they have a lot to prove, but they've shown that.
Kakin kind of looks like old Kane, from the WWE when he put his hair down in front. You know what I mean? Like, put a mask on him and you wouldn't know. Look at him. Jeez, he's scary. Get him off my screen. Let's start talking about Odium before we get to TOS. I'm kidding. He's not that ugly. He's a gorgeous young chap, Kakin. He's very good looking, but he's even more entertaining. A team that has been certainly entertaining, though, Turtle, Odium, really came into this year. I think there was a lot of doubt around what was going to really be achieved, losing 2 of their best players, but boy, have they picked it up.
Honestly, this is a team at first glance, you don't expect them to be a team that's sitting at a top 2 position right now, only dropping 1 game against the Chiefs. They've been in every other South team right now, and they're still looking fine. They've got the roster made up of 5 consistent people. They got probably the 2 standout players on their roster, Logic and Shaq. Names you wouldn't really think of, like names that don't pop out, like a Worthy, a Jigsaw, a God Legion. But they're coming into every match and they're just putting up numbers and they're just going, I don't know, they're just showing up.
It's a simple way of putting it, isn't it? It really is. But, I mean, Vast, this roster, what do you think that they can really achieve? Are we going to see more from them? Are they hitting a cap almost?
I think I think they're looking in a really good position to eventually compete in the relegations for South, but I think there's a lot to prove, right? Like, I've felt from watching these guys, sure, they've been, dominating, but before the Chiefs game, I felt like no one's really been just trying to contest these guys, like actually trying to beat them and counter their, you know, flaws and their play style. And I feel like Chiefs were the first team to actually, you know, like trying to actually counter them, and it worked really well and highlighted a lot of flaws that we didn't really see in the previous games.
All right, it's time to have a look at the vetoes now. I mean, this is our bread and butter. This is where both you boys get your work in. We go to Bank here. I mean, this has been the most played map in APAC South, and I would imagine stats are actually pretty skewed toward it being banned in OCN, but it has slipped through here, Turtle.
I honestly think unless Vertex are hiding something, this could be a quick one for Odium. They beat Bliss on it, and that's no easy feat. Even Bliss, like last year, they were pretty consistent at Bank. They're pretty good at it. But honestly, not surprised that it came down to Border, like being banned out. I think maybe it wasn't their ideal situation to leave Bank up. But here we are.
Fast, only picked once before this. I mean, is this a concern coming into this for Vertex? Surely you'd want to be taking a team like Odium to a map where you're really comfortable.
Kind of gets a bit tricky for Vertex. I mean, looking at their vetoes, they don't necessarily not want to play Bank. They don't ban it. A lot of teams ban it against them, which, you know, could show that they do know how to play it. But I think it was a good move to kind of move away from the Chalet and the Cafe. They've been playing that heaps. They haven't really found much success on it, mainly Chalet. So I think it's a good decision to move away, but I don't know if Bank's the right decision here. I think maybe more of a Villa would have suited Vertex's playstyle.
I mean, I don't think, unless maybe I was wrong in seeing that, I don't know whether we've seen, I think we've seen one new map. I was just kind of having a little glimpse back, and I thought maybe a game like this with Vertex, they might want to be looking to a factor of the unknown. I guess Bank could well be that factor. Turtle, when we're looking at this matchup overall, what are we looking for from Vertex? I mean, this is going to be a hard one to convince anyone of that it could be a Vertex map, but if we are looking for it, what are they going to do?
They honestly just got to make Odium feel uncomfortable. If they're on the defense, they've got to find those early picks and then just hold back. If they're like just full back to side and hold it, to be a 3-round win if they find those early picks and just hold tight really well.
Jeez, you should be a coach, you know that?
Someone have told me that, you know.
Yeah, well, it's time to let you two go. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the pre-show. We'll bring in Dev Martin now. Let's get underway with this one. Dev, great to see. We're not going to Chalet, you know. It's not the snowy mountains, mate.
I was wondering whether you would make a comment about this. I'm just freezing, like legit. My window is broken, so it's a tiny bit open. I don't have the heater working, so yeah, I'm actually just layering up. But hopefully the games will heat up and I'll feel warm based on that, all warm and fuzzy on the inside.
Use it like a little fire, stoke the heat from inside you. It's funny, I got my air conditioner on and I'm pulling my sleeves up. You know, like I'm to be honest, I'm overheating. It's not great. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm hot, you're cold. I feel like there's some song in there that kind of connects us. Dev, coming into this one, obviously Vertex, a lot on the line. I mean, I want to say it's a lot on the line. Unfortunately, just haven't had the results to back up the performances, I think, is probably the best way of saying it. But Odium are certainly just head and shoulders above everyone right now.
That's it. Well, except for potentially the team in the #1 spot, which is the Knights. Odium sit in second place, second from the top, whereas Vertex are second from the bottom. Vertex won their first game against Tsunami, the bottom team in the league, but ever since then it's been really close losses time and time again, and that is where Vertex can be a little bit confident in themselves despite losing 3, 5, 7 matches in a row. Hey, they got 5 rounds in each of those matches, and just a single more round against Ground Zero, Bliss, or Chiefs would have netted them a point on the board, and those points do stack up and send you up the standings, so that's what they're going to be looking for here. Odium are beatable. Chiefs demonstrated that last week.
Well, though, Saban comes out once more on a Bank ban phase. That, honestly, I think OSA is now going to sit in the realm of just too much of a nuisance on Bank. There are way too many areas that you can have just dire consequences on if you can get those shields down.
That's it. I'm thinking places like Server. I believe it was Chiefs, one of the first teams that we saw use that strategy within the APAC region.
Correct.
The way that they put that OSA shield, the Talon shield, down in from the server push into the CCTV and planted straight behind it. It was phenomenal. It was so effective. We also saw, I think it was it Direwolves or Cyclops or both that were using it on this map across this week of APAC playoffs. That was so good. And the way that they can use it on the top floor as well. I mean, the way that Anderson from Cyclops just clears roamers with Osa, so powerful. Definitely going to ban that out. Does leave the Hibana in, so hatches are going to be very much destructible. And the attackers won't have any problems getting all the hatches open.
Here's a fun fact for you. Our most banned operator for OCN so far has been Valkyrie. And once more, it does not slip through the ban phase. It does not slip through onto that intel game. But, of course, the community vote is skewing toward Odium. I mean, that's actually a lot closer than I potentially thought it was going to be. Yeah, maybe there's some people who don't know the full power of the dark side of Odium. But if you do want to get involved, R6 Esports OS on Twitter. That's where all the polls are taken. So I believe they are, aren't they? That's where the polls are. But you can predict in Twitch chat, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you might be able to give that a crack. Hopefully we got some people handling those. Get your channel points. I know people really love their channel points. It's insane. People would probably kill over channel points.
We do not.
Let's be real. That's what the reason you're watching right now. It's not to see Odium on the podium. It's not to see Vertex try and flex. It's to get your channel points, rack them up as much as possible.
Dev, I like that.
Thank you. I
You
thought
like that one,
fly.
didn't you? Yeah. I could see how proud you were of that one. Fair enough. I can tell you that much. All right, well, let's start to have a look at how this one's set up. We're actually toward open at the moment, and Jakenna has gone for some of that vert play, more so on the extension. The roam
Jakenna goes out.
I mean, yeah, look, that works, and all of a sudden, Odium are a player down. You're in a little bit of a tilt mode, but Gwent is just far too quick, far too good for that one. And now Vertex are playing from, well, the two-man down.
Yeah, wow. This is exactly what Vast and Turt were talking about in the pre-show. The way that Vertex have got to win is they got to win their opening engagements against Odium, and it's been one of the biggest strengths of Odium so far, particularly Logic and Shaq, who have been the two new additions. I'm just going to say particularly Logic. Now, Shaq has played at a Pro League level before back in the day, but Logic, this is his real debut into this upper echelon of Rainbow Six Siege competitive play, and he has showed absolutely no fear, which is fantastic. And he's already on the Ash. He's already found one kill in this round, and Odium is just mincing up the floor and ready to execute on the server before too long, I'd expect.
Hard breach deals with hatches, pretty much easy as you like it. Kakin, did he just get rid of that one? I believe he did. So, very nice. Very nice. Twent just backing off around the corner. Now he's got a choice. Does he go back in, and does he reattempt that? Kakin obviously still with one more impact in the pocket, but they've still, I mean, they're going to be able to make it work regardless. However, if Zane does start to pop off, it's going to make things a little bit more complicated. A minute left. Odium with a lot of time to make this work.
It's fellas like Neptune and Zane who you're going to see step up for Vertex, who are going to need to step up. They're the guys that you expect to find double kills, to hit nut shots that do turn around a round. And there's Zane with a second one. A really elusive position he plays among the cubicles. Neptune also on the verge of greatness, potentially just around the corner from these attackers, pushing in through electrical. Now Odium, that 5v3 lead has now forfeited down to a 3v3, and there are some strong anchor positions that they aren't looking very well set to clear.
This is starting to get a little bit worrisome for Odium. And now Vertex biting back. They're going to be careful here. Odium, as they start to make their way in, they have to find the opening frag. Sawyer goes down. Shaq, the last one left. He tries to make a heroic play. Neptune down, but it's Zane at the back side of the site behind the chassis. That was way too close for comfort. A 3 versus 5 from Odium within the first minutes.
Yeah, wow. I certainly was not expecting Vertex to bounce back so strongly. Odium are really, really good in their early round, but their pre-execute left a lot to be desired. They didn't really do a great job at setting up for that execute. At a moment when they're in a 5v3, they should be prioritizing opening the wall, which they did, right? But the critical thing is not exposing yourself to 1v1s, not exposing yourself to these defenders. You should be able to pretty easily drone out the site, get info, and figure out where these defenders are, exactly what you need to do. And that's when it's up to the IGL to come up with a game plan. All right, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to breach that. You're going to move in there, execute there. First, we need to clear this shield. So Flores, you clear that. Whatever it is, that's the thing that was missing for ODM, that pre-execute. And they were punished dearly for it.
It's not really the greatest start from Odium. I'm sure that they'll look back on that one thinking, well, what could have been?
10
And
seconds remaining.
knowing how close the games have been against, you know, well, for Vertex, this could well be, you know, the round that kind of starts to tilt things in the favor of Vertex at the end of the game. It's those moments, those advantages that you have to capitalize on them. And it certainly has been proven that Vertex are a team that will well and truly punish that. So now looking to this spread, actually a fair bit of action on the first floor. I think it's just Zane who is currently anchoring on site, unless I'm mistaken there, no? Yep, it is just Zane and Kakin.
Yeah, so this is an extension onto the open area, onto the ground floor. You can see we've got hatches open. This red hallway, red hatch is open from open area. The A hatch, which is one of the most important hatches for getting control of the attackers and denying positions for the defenders in A. That is soft. So what really Vertex are relying on here is that they win the roam game. That is critical. And if they don't, they're going to have a really poor site setup.
Jake Kenner. How interested are you in this one? Logic, he's going to surely be able to find the first kill. At the very least, it's a trade, so it's not all doom and gloom here. But Twent goes down. That's your thermite. That is a massive part of your server attacks. I guess the one note is that Vertex are so aggressive right now. The extension doesn't really make that as important, but still not really great for Odium. Woo!
And the trade once again comes through. So Odium have regained the advantage. And yeah, you might be like, oh no, Twent, we lost Maverick. But guess what? You got 2 secondary hard breaches on Buck. You've got the Maverick. And the hatch is already open. So really, realistically, Odium have more than enough hard breach to deal with everything. Like really, they have a surplus of hard breach. They can open up the hatch, as Shaq is going to do now. That's server control. Will be there before too long, and as Kakin forfeits back, it should be really, really straightforward from here for Vertex to, or rather Odium, to set up for an execute.
I think I invested a little too much into that point then. What do we have here? Zane now moving the Yokais into position. Now, this is where we've seen teams falter before, like and really horrendously. There goes one Yokai already, so it's just the one sitting underneath the desk. Good thing is, Kakin, still 3 smokes in the pocket, 30 seconds left. Odium cannot just force players into server here. They're going to need to put some pressure elsewhere.
A bomb has been located.
Time is ticking away, though. Oh, what a nade from Edpan! And he's going to try and get this diffuser planted 4v2, giving Odium everything they need to make this execute work.
Zane holds a tight angle, backs away, but still with the Yokai underneath the desk, he can play for it. Or is he just going to try and win the gunfight? Sawyer from the hatch makes it work for 2 and shuts down any shenanigans of the Yokais. A decent round to fight back here.
That's it. And look, I credit Odium the way that they played that execute. It is a bit scary when you decide to go for kills and you give the defense a chance to just frag out. Nearly happened, but the read from Odium was that, look, it's a 4v2. We have them 2-to-1 in numbers. So when they could sit there and deny our plant with Yokai drones, use that information to make plays onto us and whittle away our numbers, let's instead just go for kills. Like, we know that we can do that, and we know that we can win these fights and trade it out because we have that 2-fold man advantage. So credit to Odium. Good read in the late round on the execute. And I think that was just a better read overall in the mid to late round compared to the prior round. But it partly played out because Vertex relied so heavily on that roam with the setup that they had, not reinforcing many hatches, that when they lost the roam, the round was like nearly done by that point. And so credit to Odium once again being really strong in their early rounds, and that's 3 rounds in a row they have had an early man advantage. Sorry, 2 rounds in a row.
2 rounds?
I can't count. I can't count.
It's something that Turtle had mentioned on the desk, actually. It's kind of like that mid-round decision-making where Vertex seem to falter a little bit. You know, they have a good early, you know, say first 30 seconds to a minute. They cause some havoc. They keep, let's just call it Odium for now, on their front feet, just like that. Neptune taking down Sawyer. And just to finish my point and round it out here, this is a disgusting little hold that I'm seeing. But just to reiterate, Vertex do seem to struggle in the middle of the rounds where things start to become more about decision-making than they do the frag power. So wait and see whether it falls apart or whether they will be able to convert this advantage.
Well, pretty soon, Vertex are going to have some decisions to make. And indeed, we're seeing, in my opinion, some really good decisions. That's Supremacist doing a late-round reinforcement of the admin hatch. That goes down directly onto the A-bomb site. They know they've got a pick. They're considering forfeiting this roam. And I think that's a great idea. Like, yeah, Twent has the Hibana. There's no Kaid in place. So Odium aren't at risk of not having enough hard breach to open all these hatches and, of course, the serval walls. But that takes time. And Vertex have the man advantage. If they just fall back to site now, that's probably enough of an advantage for them to win another round.
Really is about just getting all those pieces into place. A lot of information on site for Odium there. You can see the two different drones, one from Garage, one already sitting in the back of Vault. So I think Odium, in terms of where they put their attention, is now the utmost priority. Neptune nearly winning a second one for the round, but instead decides to continue to waste time. Again, look at the time. Look at that time. It's really dwindling.
Yeah, and still this roam persists, but the ability to fall back to site so easily is still available there to Vertex. And you're right, Twent has managed to sneak all the way into Vault, caught on camera, but he has an opening here. Vertex have to play this right.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Behind the chassis, Twent wins that. Of course he does.
Oh, no.
Good thing for Vertex right now. They still have a little bit of that upstairs control, but they're going to have to force fights because the plant is going down in a place where they cannot impact it. Kakin at the back of server. May as well just get this round up with Neptune going down. It's done and dusted. Fantastic round from Odium.
What a great read, and that is a perfect example of how Odium can lose that man advantage. They went 4v5 very early on when Sawyer went down. That's also 2 grenades and the hard breach from Maverick eliminated as well. On top of all that, Vertex reinforcing some of the hatches off site. Really, really great play in the early round from Vertex. And yet Odium, their read in the mid-round was phenomenal. They decided, look, instead of trying to force out this roam clear for them to eventually fall back and us to be playing a 5v4 execute onto site with not much time, let's just try and bypass the roam clear. If there are players upstairs, there aren't going to be as many players on the bomb site, so they're snuck in through Garage. They also managed to sneak in through the Vault hatch, which is one of the benefits of Twent being the Hibana. You can get just about as many hatches as you want. And Vertex was not prepared for that, and they hung around too long on the roam. When they weren't getting pushed on the roam, that was when they needed to fall back. They needed info that Odium was sneaking into site, because we literally got to a point where one Vertex player on site dies, and the rest of the Vertex players are off site. 2 in open area, 1 in Surfer. Odium have full site control.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that was all she wrote.
And it can be as simple as that, right? And I think what kind of foreshadowed everything that came of that round were the 2 drones that we saw flying through Garage and into Vault. Both of those were the exact places that Odium ended up pushing. So that information is absolutely pivotal, absolutely vital to how that round plays out. So really, when you look at how Odium has approached that round, just check marks all around the place. Fantastic work to be able to bring back what was looking like a pretty devastating round. And again, just that Vertex's ability to force this roam and be persistent with it, I think, is going to end up being a detriment to them in a team with like Odium. They're pretty methodical.
I mean, Odium are very good at this roam clear, and even when they fail it, they know how to get around it. So that's once again going to be the story of this round. Jakenna previously tried to jump out these windows, and Twent, you can see he's really cautious of that. Instead, this time, Jakenna's pre-holding a C4, trying to toss it onto the windowsill and detonate it. Wow, Twent just manages to dodge that explosion, gets some damage onto Jakenna. Hasn't managed to finish him off as of yet, but realistically, there's almost no way Jakenna gets out alive with the Yana cutting him off from ATMs, but doesn't check the angle.
No clue. no hope when you don't even know where the player is, unfortunately. Ed is just looking completely the other way, probably more so towards stairs and elevator. Now gives top floor control to Odium. To Vertex, sorry. And the problem with that is you can just run amok. Zane, peeking onto tier 2 stairs, finds himself a freebie, absolute freebie. And Twent down below just trying to win the ones. Like, this is the problem for Odium now. They are clawing at opportunities and they are not being given a dime.
Nice to have a little bit of Jackal to get some information when your teammates have died, but might not be enough. Prince on Malusi, but so difficult now for Odium to make an execute happen. They previously lost this bomb site even from a 5v3 advantage, and now they're in a 2 versus 5, so I just don't see this happening, even with 45 seconds left to play with.
Not a chance. Not a chance at all. Shaq and Sawyer, they are pretty gnarly. But this is what we like to call the unthinkable in Siege. You're retaking a site that is completely open, that has lines of sight left, right, and center. Unfortunately, Sawyer is nowhere near a place to trade, so as ambitious as that may have been from Shaq, it falls to pieces. Vertex, they're showing us some good signs here.
Nice little bulletproof camera in open area, watching the long angle onto that window, so good job from Vertex. And we talked a lot in the previous round about decision making, and then you remarked upon the drones that Odium used. To make the right decisions, you have to have all the right info. And unfortunately for Odium, that was what they lacked in that early round. Or it was either information or just processing of information. Like, I don't want to throw him under the bus too much, but Eddie just then, like, they knew that there was a player up in CEO, right, dancing with the guy on the window. And then Edpan is trying to pinch that, but just doesn't check the banana. It doesn't check medicine at all. And that was to his demise. There was no one in a position to trade. And it just got worse from there. So, again, it's going to be information and decision-making that spells the difference in these rounds. And, well, it's looking to be pretty tight so far. Considering this is the second top team and the second bottom team, we're pretty treated at the minute to a good game.
That we are. It's the beauty of OCN, right? The games sometimes that you least expect to be the most fiery are the ones that entertain and kind of linger in the memory. This could well be one of them. You know, Vertex have given us already some fantastic games this season. They just haven't been able to convert. In terms of points, you know, they've only won one game out of a potential 5, no matter how close they may have been. Just been falling short. Always really interested to see how these top 4 holds kind of weather throughout the test of attacks, because I feel like for such a long time they almost became a little bit too predictable. However, since Bank has been reintroduced into the map pool, I do like.
Yeah, big fan. Big fan of the old Bank in the map pool. Big fan of the way that teams have been interpreting these holds and these takes. Love the stock hallway shield action that we see and the impacts that often teams use to counter. That's what Nep's going to do. So the idea here is that the attack is going to try and breach the wall that he's hiding behind using a Selmas. And I think almost on cue that happened. Yeah, I think that on cue that happened. Oh, what? He's not there to impact it though. That's a little bit of a blunder. I think that maybe the Lion locked him out of position. Oh, you know what? It was the fact that Odium just burnt all of his catching utilities. So he had ADSs and he had my discs. Yep. They burnt through all of it. They put the Selma on the wall. They lioned him. Like, that was a really good coordination from Odium, and they've hard countered that position.
Completely flashed as well. And, I mean, you have a look at the 2 operators that you're bringing for Odium's sake. You've got the Zero, and you also have Twitch. I mean, that for a position there is absolutely unbelievable. You would easily be able to get the information that you need and potentially as well destroy that util before it can even be used to its fullest extent. So I'm a big fan of that. Really well done from Odium. They took their time and they made it work. However, they did not convert the kill. And now here's the big problem. All we've seen from them so far...
Oh, Sawyer! What are you doing, mate?
Oh, no. No.
What a blunder. How does that even happen for Sawyer? Like, this isn't a tense match. This isn't a tense round right now. How do you make a mistake so critical I can't imagine what caused him to do that.
Oh, Twent must have been talking a bit of poop.
Kicked from the team live on broadcast.
Here's the fall of Odium.
Uh,
We saw the fall of Rome, now we're seeing the fall of Odium.
30 seconds. Look, not ideal, but not impossible for Odium. They're just going to have to swing in, land a couple of good shots. And with Edamame coming up the main stairs, it might just work.
Edamame, what a name. Shaq's gone down in the meantime as they do look to try and trade, but it's just not there. It's just not possible. Vertex are outplaying Odium at this point. I mean, look, a bit of a handicap. Shaq's left as well. So, yeah, what a strange round that is, Dev.
Very hard to analyze that round because essentially what happened is that Odium really quickly and efficiently and beautifully, I might add, cleared that stock hallway position. Following that, it was a team kill, a disconnect, and a Odium basically just sat there and did nothing until there was 30 seconds left. Very, very strange, but regardless, the result stands. Vertex are up 3-2. Quite a significant achievement for them on their defense. If they can move to a 4-2 split, I think they'd be very confident going into the second half.
I'm a big fan of K-Kin's frames at the moment.
Yeah.
Need to take some pointers, learn how to...
It's that PowerPoint presentation, actually.
Well, I feel like he's doing the robot dance, you know what I mean? Like, he's really committed to the role.
I feel like it's one of those artsy snapbooks where it has all these different photos of different expressions because he just goes from like eyes closed to like, you know, poking his tongue out, a little bit of everything, flicking his hair, a bit of a smile. It's great. I love it.
It does look like, now that I look at him, he looks like a demon. You know what I mean? Like, he looks like he looks like a bit of a demon.
A demon?
Yeah. In the best way possible.
What do you even mean by that?
I don't know. You just look at him and you're like, you could be the devil. You know? You could be Lucifer. You know? Like, there is a chance. There is a chance. No, I think...
I know. Does he own a CD nightclub?
Yeah. Lux, I think they call it in Melbourne. Yeah. No.
Oh, no.
We have fun here. But I do look to, you know, Vertex's team, and really, if you were to ask me what team had a chance in hell at OCN this year, I would not have told you Vertex. But,
yeah,
well, I mean, the worst part is they're in 7th place, so me saying that kind of is not the greatest thing ever, but it really just has gone to show how impressive they have been. They really just, at every turn, they've made things interesting. They pushed Chiefs to the full regulation. Oh, God.
Zane, that was something. That was perfect timing, Zane.
That just tends to be the way.
Look, I'll pile on with that. Remember, you know, if you've watched OCN last year, you're kind of like, well, who is this? Who's Vertex, right? Especially if you missed a bit of Stage 3, because you wouldn't recognize this larrikin right here, Kakin, who joined that old Rufflecopter roster and ended up in 4th place overall in OCN. They were a menace, and then they got poached to pieces, right? You know, Boydie went over to the Chiefs.
Who?
You had the Chiefs, mate. Boydie went to the Chiefs.
Ah, yes.
I was going to say Bounce as well, but technically he'd already got replaced by Kagan at that point. You know, OJ went over to Wildcard. That Rufflecopter roster kind of went a little bit everywhere. And so that left just Kagan remaining.
Yeah.
And he obviously got picked up by Vertex. He grabbed 4 gunners, some of which have come up from OCL and have made their name down there. But this is their first foray into the top level of OCN. And as for Odium, of course, Sawyer, Edpan, and Twent played on that roster back last year that qualified for OCN by winning Stage 2 of OCL, and then we had LFO dispense. So they came in through and they did amazing in the playoffs in the Stage 3, but then unfortunately got reloed.
Yeah.
Lost it out in the relegation.
Devastating.
Which is funny to think that now, despite getting relegated, they're now one of the top teams in OCN.
It's absolutely devastating, the fact that they were, you know, that's it just is the way that it happens, I guess. It do the way it be, you know what I mean?
It'd be that way.
Yeah, it was
you know
so...
what? Shaq really needs to do some laundry. I'm just going to say it, mate.
No. Shaq's the homie.
How many weeks of clothing is that?
You know what? I reckon what he's done is he's he's done the typical, like, the TikTok life hacks. He's gone and washed all his clothes. He's put it in the basket, and they're like, oh yeah, go and put it on your bed. That way, when you get to bed, you're forced to do it. And he's just yeeted it into his cupboard, and it's to the point where he can't close his door. That's all right. I mean, truth be told, if you saw my bedroom, tell you what, there'd be some comments.
Mate, everything in my wardrobe is color-coded, labeled, like,
Dev, hey,
everything
Dev,
in its right place.
No one is surprised by that. There is not a single soul, not one person watching or playing is surprised by that comment.
I just want to know how he lives in the chaos, mate. Like, does he know what's clean and what's dirty? Does he just close his eyes and grab something out at the start of the day? I really want to know his process.
He was born in the darkness.
You keep messing up that Bane quote, mate.
No, I don't care.
You believe the darkness is your ally. I was born in it, molded by it. You gotta get the quotes right, mate.
No, see, when
that's
you
not-
yeah, but see,
Okay.
like I am making it about someone else. Like I am being smart in the way that I do it. Ed,
That's called theft of intellectual property, by the
Well,
way.
it's called manipulation into something far more beautiful. Where is the rest of Ed? Like,
I don't know. I presume under the camera, but we can't know
underwater.
for sure, can we?
all Ed is
Just
his
needs to
nose
tilt-
and eyes.
He just needs to tilt that camera back. I want to know where his kettle went, because remember last season,
He was drinking
every
from the
time they
kettle.
would drinking straight from a kettle.
Yeah.
I sure hope it wasn't boiling at the time. Maybe that's why you can't see everything below, because his throat is just utterly destroyed.
Just burned a hole straight through his body. By the way, just for everyone who thinks that we're getting sidetracked, we are 100% getting sidetracked. It is a rehost.
We
and
don't just
this
like
is-
talking smack, I'll tell you that much.
I don't know. If anyone, I mean, if someone was to come and make a documentary about the commentators that have worked OCN in the past, I tell you what, I think it would be a bit of NSFW, you know what I mean? Like, it would be a bit of how you're going. So there is a little bit of shit talk that goes on. But, well, I mean,
We
that's,
like it
you know
that
what? This right here, this picture, this is resembling our audience right now.
Everyone's gone to go and take a piss before coming back.
They've left the building. They're thoroughly disinterested in this
Whose
conversation.
setup is this? Is this Twen? I don't know whose setup that was.
Oh. Zane. There
That-
you go.
Zane,
I
apparently.
No, I knew it was Zane.
Oh,
I
you
knew
tell
was
me that
Zane.
it wasn't the projector. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Chad.
I will say he has a pretty neat room. I respect that.
Yeah.
I feel like there needs to be a ranking somewhere at the end of the season
Of
for
rooms?
players' bedroom setups.
Stig's just absolutely
he would
demolishes
crush it.
everyone. Then I think, if I'm being honest, I think OJ's second.
With the weights in the
Yeah,
background.
the gym and
Yeah.
the pool. Just the slight flex, the really subtle
It's not
flex.
slight. That is a huge flex.
Probably.
Well, I guess that's what happens when you get picked up by Wildcard.
Very
and
true.
The big bucks.
I'd say digital at the start of the season when he was in that room with all the baby equipment. I think that was top notch.
All the towels as well. Like-
I guess Boydie, if you like caves and depression, that's also one.
Boydie, I don't know where it is that he lives, but I think maybe he is actually Bane. Maybe he is Bane's son, because he looks like he was born in the darkness with the face cam.
I don't think I've ever seen more than just the light from his screen reflecting onto his face. Man, I hope one day we get an Oslan again. I would just love to see all these rare units in form.
Finally
Absolutely.
leaving their bedrooms.
Yeah. I will say this before we get underway with the proper proceedings. I am scarred ever since the Jack Daddy event of 2021. I always panic. Whenever I see someone get up from their desk, I always panic.
Well, fortunately, not many players have bathrooms directly in camera. I think that was a special Jack Daddy feature. And to this day, probably my most terrifying moment of live broadcast was where we saw Jack just about get us banned, TOS banned, pulling down his pants in the bathroom.
That's okay. It's not like we're on a global
live-
channel or anything.
No, it's not on a live stream or anything, right?
Fun and games. Fun and games. Underway now, and finally back on track after losing 2 members from Odium, 1 to a team kill. Sawyer, just
Yeah, that
too
was
sharp.
a weird round.
I don't know what happened. I'd actually love to. I'd love for Odium to win just so I can ask Sawyer what on earth happened. But anyway, focusing now for the final round of Vertex. 4-2 half would be really good. I think that for me is definitely the pass mark for Vertex to be able to take this game and just run with it. But 3-3 I think would also be fair. Just really depends on if you're an Odium fan or a Vertex fan.
Yeah, look, and Odium, I think there's a lot of hype behind them still.
For sure.
They cleaned the floor with Knights, Bliss in their first 2 games. 2 teams that were favorites to be in the top 3, if not the top 1 spot in OCN. That's where Knights currently resides. Then this team beat Ground Zero. They eventually had a winning streak lost to Chiefs. 7-1. Devastating loss. Could it be 2 losses in a row after 4 flawless playdays?
Yeah, that loss, unfortunately I didn't get to see it because Mr. Zanox actually wanted to swap places with me, so I didn't get to watch that one. But it was. It certainly was. Supreme at the moment is absolutely, this is the definition of stuck between a rock and a hard place. See you later. See, this is the biggest supremacist thing I have ever seen in my life. If ever there was a moment in time that encapsulated him, that's it.
Man, he had absolutely no hope there, didn't he? He got absolutely shafted. But, well, that's what happens when you, I mean, he didn't have any utility to protect him, and he got droned out. Overstater's welcome. Odium, once again, just showing how clinical they are. They know exactly what to do to win a round. They just go through the motions.
I'm not going to lie. I'm still trying to figure out what Supreme is going to achieve in Elevator of all places. Like, there's just nowhere for you to run and hide. You literally are just stuck. I love this from Neptune. Get aggressive because you know that hatch is open. So one way or another, they are going to come for you. And if you can bait that time out, it would have been fantastic. 30 seconds left on the board. Still massive plays to be made here from Vertex.
Odium are just such a well-oiled machine, the way that they played that. But there's just 20 seconds left, and there's still some plant denial. We've got the Vulcan shields detonating. We've got the smoke canisters coming out from Kaken. This will have to be explosive.
Oh, I am loving the util use from Vertex here. It's going to force it down into red time. Lovely kill from Kaken. Jay Kenner backs it up. It's Odium going deep, but they're getting shut down every which way. Shaq try. Yume, a 3v1 is all but in dismay. Vertex go 4-2 up in the half.
Very, very nice. And it goes to show Supremacists can die off-site. Neptune can get eliminated in blue stairs. But if Odium do not have enough time to burn through however many Vulcan canisters, however many smokes, then it doesn't matter. I mean, that was a 5 versus 3, right?
Yep.
Like, in every which way, Odium should have won that if it weren't for those 2 operators util. And that was phenomenal. So, massive credit, props to Vertex for sticking to their guns. And immediately on the defense, we see Odium pick both of those operators. In fact, almost the exact same lineup we just saw from Vertex has now been picked by Odium. They're like, okay, yeah, we definitely want a little bit of that. We know how powerful those operator combinations are. So let's try and use that to our advantage.
Now, I'm not going to lie. One piece of that puzzle for me, for Vertex, was Neptune wasting so much time on blue stairs. Odium had server open. They had the ability to drop and pinch at the same time. But my oh my, the play from Neptune, jumping back and forth and just consistently buying time and buying that opportunity for utility to force the rush, if you will, force a deeper play from Odium. Just absolutely loved it. Now we get to see what Odium are like on their defense. Now we get to see whether that methodical play style will transition across here when Vertex are on the attack.
Well, it is a roam extension for Odium, just like we saw from Vertex, and a roam clear with Jacana, the tip of the spear. A drone ahead of him.
Never trust the naked eye.
The C70 in his hands as he sniffs out some footprints. We'll get some pings now on that defender with the hatch open. Now, a really strong position for Vertex starting from the top floor, and it's going to keep forcing Odium down. I like at least that Odium do have the hatch reinforced onto the A bomb site, so that's going to force Vertex to use that hard breach and burn a little bit more time before they can execute.
Yeah, very big fan as to how quickly Vertex have been able to do this. Now you can see the Zero has been chucking out those Argus cams, currently sitting on one. And I think that this is like one of those util pieces that it's really hard to talk about, but when it first came into you know, the ability to be played out of quarantine, that was what I was looking for. I really thought it was going to be used as a Twitch replacement, right? I thought, oh yeah, they're just going to look for util. What it's turned into is very much flank watchers and early intel. And I'm a big fan of it. I'm a very big fan of it. However, it doesn't seem to have a huge amount of success, at least in OCN. So I look forward to seeing how Vertex do use this.
Yeah, I mean, Zero is not as good on this downstairs bomb site as he is on the top floor. On the top floor is insane because the cams you can get in lobby just give so much info on the site. But nonetheless, he does have the hard breach charges, which is another big valuable reason to bring him on basement. Now, Odium are finding themselves in a pretty strong position as the round starts to mature and we get towards the end. Vertex will feel that pressure to execute. But Odium, my question, how many Vulcan canisters are still up? How many smoke babes are in Sawyer's pocket?
Like
3.
Yeah.
And that is going to allow Odium to deny the time further and further.
I wonder whether this is going to be the vault drop. It looks like Vertex are trying to find the information, but the problem is if they drop in there, there's 2 players that are going to be watching it now.
He's done
They've
it.
got 1 player down. They're going to drop 2, maybe even 3. Twent in a position with a shotgun. This is going to be done. There's no way Vertex are able to bring this back from here. Diffuser kit is dropped down in vault.
Twent.
The shotgun up close shuts down every single player that even thinks of making a move. Vertex are completely wiped out of this round. Flawless for Odium's first defense.
That was utterly beautiful. The way that Vertex decided to go for a back push due to the amount of utility that Odium had present on server and CCTV, and the way that Odium dealt with that, the way that Odium rotated made sure they could tell just by the telegraphed push from Vertex, thanks to all of the drones and the opening of the vault hatch. Odium knew that Vertex were going to push that side. So what, they stick Twent up nice and close, and they have that crossfire from the vault door entrance with all where the bars used to be. And what's really important about that is that the vulnerability in Odium's defense on that side was if Vertex dropped elevator hatch, and they tried to do that. And guess what? Odium rotated their smoke player. Sawyer started gassing up the elevator instead of where he would usually do it on the server side. And so that awareness from Odium to counter the site push, because Vertex were going for a back push, that made it work so flawlessly, literally, for Odium.
10 seconds
It's really just concerning when you start to look at the utility that Odium had left in the canisters. You know, the smoke canisters, also the Vulcan canisters. They are called Vulcan canisters now, aren't they?
Yeah, at first I wasn't sure because they used to be called Vulcan shields,
Yes.
and then, but I checked it in game, and yeah, they are called Vulcan canisters. I know a lot of pro players call them volcanoes. which I think is-
Volcanoes.
yeah, they've always called them that, and I
Interesting.
think that that's, I don't know, is that what it means, like in his native language?
If you look that up, and I'll tell you what I really liked about that, from Odium, is they had the security of knowing they had all of the canisters still up. Not only did they have the canisters on both the smoke and, of course, the Vulcan canisters, but they also had impact grenades. They still had the C4. It was just disgusting, just like that is also disgusting.
Right.
Twent dropping from the heavens above absolutely catches out Odium. And that's really gorgeous. Big fan of that.
I do love that. I admit I didn't see it because I was looking up how to
Saw that.
translate Spanish to, and hey, it is correct. Vulcan in Spanish
Volcano.
means volcano.
Nice.
There you go. And Goyo is Mexican, by the way.
There we go. Actually, don't think I
Nice.
knew that.
I got confused because he was released at the same time as another operator that wasn't Mexican. And that was the confusing. Anyway, lore aside, it is time to
Don't know,
dig
lore doesn't matter.
into this. Oh, the laws don't apply to me, so. You know,
So that must not matter.
I'm above the law, Rob. But this is something for Vertex, hey? there's something for them in that they have an opening pick. I really like this extended hall though for Odium, and it's really on Vertex to clear it, particularly this elevator hallway. We've got Edamame playing in it, his hatch is open and there's a player on the main stairs. Should Eddie die, Vertex will have a pretty strong position to execute.
Is it Edamame or is it Edam for me?
It's Edamame, mate. Just don't even try that.
Edam for me at the moment still across toward elevator,
Oh,
drops
no,
at the
here we
perfect time and now can rotate for free back up the stairs. Don't know whether Neptune is going to know that. And that's dangerous. That is a really dangerous rotate because he can go toward blue. He can, oh, if he goes blue, he's going to absolutely destroy this round. He is. Where are you going? Edam for me.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He's not for you, mate. He's for me. Jakenna's going to make an entrance here, though, in from admin.
Big lodge.
And
Located
nope,
by
he
attackers.
got logged. Oh, no! The Shack attack! He's back! And, I mean, this is so good for Odium now with man advantage.
How are the shots? How is the return from Vertex here? This is where things really start to be tested. Neptune tries to get aggressive. He's got to hit his shot, and he does do so. Edamame, oh, he's on the flank! Oh, cake him. That would have been...
What?
Hang on! No! You didn't do that! Oh!
They won it!
How? How? Oh, I thought that was the winning play.
Yeah, I'm seriously confused, to be honest. But, I mean, the way that Vertex just flooded that site completely overwhelmed me. They went from a 3 versus 4 attacking that site to a 3 versus 0. So this position right here, with 10 seconds to go, they had the perfect read. They went and dropped into sight, stole it from their opponents, and with no time left, all that Edpan, was it Edpan, right? The last player left?
correct.
Yeah, it was.
Spaghetti boy.
All he had to do was deny that plant. But the read was perfect, and Kakin just ups and shoots him off. That's four. No.
Here we go.
I was gonna say 5 rounds in a row for Vertex, but then I didn't count that Odium won that last one. That is a 5-3 scoreline for Vertex. And that's only 1 round off match point, so that's pretty darn cool.
10 seconds left.
What's the one rule about broadcasting?
Don't do mathematics on live broadcast. The thing is, I've had some success with maths on live broadcast in the past recently. And I think that I got a little bit cocky because of it. I thought I was too good. I thought I could live outside the law.
Yes.
As I mentioned before, it's something that's that I've been proud of. But unfortunately, no one is safe from maths.
No. Have you ever heard of the story of Icarus?
He flew too close to the square root
statistics.
of pi.
And the formula wasn't right.
Well, I'll tell you what is right. The formula is right for Vertex at the minute because they have managed to continue that momentum from their 4-2 defense into their attack and steam ahead. Now, Locker CCTV is where Odium previously won on their defense, and that is still locked. So they, instead of retrying open area stuff, going to go up to CO exec, which it can be a sketchy site sometimes if Vertex play this right.
This is really dangerous. Neptune doesn't know. Logic.
This is such a rat play.
Logic is a dirty, dirty rat. Oh, no, he has been spotted.
Oh, they know.
He's been spotted. This is going to be a free kill. Certainly is. Lovely work from Vertex. Really dotting their I's there, Deb. That could have been devastating. That would have been the Finker done and dusted. And, well, Neptune's impact would have been diminished completely.
Yeah, and once again, information for... Oh my god, that was so beautiful. The drone in, the read, Xanon for the cutoff. That was phenomenal. Edpan's now really feeling the heat as well. No doubt, he's tempted to jump outside, but if he does that, that's even if he gets that kill, that's basically round over because Vertex would just flood the site in the 4-on-2. Now it's a 5-on-2 anyways. And Zane has done some serious damage from these windows despite the castle barricades. It just doesn't matter.
Shaq, the attack is here for you, my friend. He could go big here. He...
Why do you have to do him like that? Why? He could go big here!
He could have. They had no clue. There were 2 players running into his crosshair there. He could have made that a 1v3. Oh,
no.
Shaq. I'm not going to forget that one anytime soon.
That was a pretty pretty gutting round for Odium. Like, so many things went wrong. It all started with Logic's cheeky little rat play. And look, I'm not opposed to a little bit of a rat play every now and then. It has its place, it serves its purpose in Rainbow Six Siege. But when you get droned out, you got to take the L. And that's exactly what happened. So, an early man advantage for Vertex, and then just following on, more really strong droning. 3 kills for, who was it? Zane on the window rappel. Just hard countering Odium by isolating their positions, making so they've got nowhere to go.
And you know what? It's not even like Odium are playing awful, Dev. It's not like they're, you know...
No.
For people who might be tuning in and you know, they're OCN fans and they've been keeping up to date with all of the play days, you look at this, you go, oh my word, Vertex are absolutely slapping Odium. I don't think they're absolutely slapping them. I actually think Odium aren't playing awful. I think Vertex are stepping up to another level here and showing us why all of these games have been so close to them and why they are only on 1 win, but still have, I think, like 3 7-5 losses. Like, it's just insane. They are really highlighting their performance today.
Well, this is exciting for Vertex. It is their first overtime. Like you said, they've had a lot of really devastating losses that were close, where they managed to get 5 rounds off their opponent. And here, they've taken the second top team in the league to match point. And they've got 3 match points now to lock in the 3 points, which would be huge. Vertex has only won a single game so far. In contrast, Odium was undefeated 4 play days in a row. Perhaps that honeymoon phase is starting to slip away.
Seen it happen before. Teams get that wind behind them. The sails really start to open up and take you out into the waters, but sometimes the waters are dangerous. Sometimes they're deep. They're treacherous. And right now, it is a really big turning point in Odium's story. Vertex could potentially leap up and start to contest, you know, the mid pack. They won't be able to contest the top pack because most of them are already settled in with their points. 10 and above would lock you out from Vertex's clean run home. So this is a really big moment.
Yeah, well, to put it in perspective, even if Vertex win this match and then get 3 points out of their next match and Odium get no more points for the rest of the season, Vertex will still be 2 points behind Odium. So Odium have done phenomenal so far. Vertex is finally finding their stride very late into the season, though. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. Onto the Warden. Oh, the Warden has to decide, does he push up or fall back? Twent goes to push up, needs the glasses to activate, and then he counters the flashes. Another nade goes through, and the peak timed with it. That is just so perfect from Neptune.
That is gorgeous. I feel so bad for Twent there. I thought he really had the play. I thought he had the ticket to make that work. But Vertex have absolutely stormed away with the first 2 opening kills. Now it has to come down to these canisters of Sawyer. C4 on Ed. So there is the ability to waste enough time. 35 seconds left. This is where things got really hairy last time. You can see still the Vulcan canister just to the left side of the default plant. This is not looking good now that I think about it.
The thing is, we've seen Vertex win from the position Odium in right now. That's why we need Odium to step up, but Logic has gone down. The gas has to be everything. Vertex have match point within their grasp.
10 seconds, they're just going to send it in. They have to do so. They cannot play for the plant. They're going to go safe here. Supreme behind reinforced wall. Ed, what can he do? Can he shut it down? 2 seconds left, but Ed can't deny it. And in a 1 versus 4, he will make this interesting, but it's just not enough. Vertex with a huge 7-3 victory. Zane up and about. Cake in freezing, I think, every now and then. What a victory for Vertex. 3 points on the board.
First game of the night, and we already have an upset. Kakin serving Odium with their second L of the season. What a showing from the underdogs.
I think Kakin's dancing. I can't tell whether he's recreating a story or like... Ah! See what I mean by demon?
Talk to us.
Bloke is an absolute menace, and so too are Vertex. A massive win. Do not get this twisted. This is a very big win for Vertex in terms of what they've been able to achieve. They've now doubled their points in Playday 6, but as you said, Dev, you know, even if they go on to win Playday 7, they still will actually fall short of the top 4. They will sit in 5th place, and that's not taking into consideration any other results, which is a little bit devastating. But anyway, we're going to go to a very short break, and on the other side, we'll be speaking with, I believe, Kakin. I don't know. We'll wait and see whether his frames keep even half decent. We'll be back up in this.
Thank for OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
Thank for OCN.
Tell you what, Vertex really came out of the gate swinging, and they continued in fine form. Turtle, their defense has really set them up. A 4-2 first half.
I think that's not really unexpected on Bank. It's typically a defender-sided map, but the interesting thing is their defenses weren't anything special.
Yep.
They actually lost the most defended side in Basement twice in a row. Like, that's a site you should expect them to win 9 times out of 10. They were just overcommitting on the roam. And they just didn't have proper denial. And, you know, ODM, you know, took advantage on that. But ODM didn't have an answer for any of the other defenses tonight.
Vast, a little bit concerning for ODM. I mean, I don't want to read into it too soon. Oh, by the way, congratulations on your prediction that you did not mean, by the way. You absolutely did not mean to pick that.
What?
But, hey, I will expose you on broadcast. You said, I thought they were Onami. You know, these are the kind of things that I'm going to throw you under the bus for. But seriously, though, did we expect Vertex to put up this much of a fight?
I think it's fair to say, you know, we would expect them to put up a fight. But, I mean, to kind of control and dictate the game, I would have put that more on the favor of Odeon.
Really felt like, I don't know, just, again, maybe this is just me being too modest for Odium's side, but it didn't feel like they were playing completely awful. Turtle, did you see anything out of the ordinary for Odium, or do you think the Vertex were just on their game?
I think it was a bit of both. Vertex were playing a better tonight. Like you saw in that last round, that was a really good push into the blue stairs. Nading, Flores droning, and just swinging the door when they were going down and getting 2. That was huge. They were playing a lot better. Previous nights, we didn't see that from them. But tonight, it did also feel like Odium, if you look at the scoreboard, no one was really going off. Idpan, probably the best performer of the night, and he's only going +1 on this KD.
Yeah. Bit of an odd one for Odium, but 7-3, it does kind of extend their little gap between Onami, which do have pretty big consequences, Vast. Of course, we are talking about the fact that, relegation, 8th place will have to play OCL first place. So Vertex have well and truly put themselves not at ease yet, but they've certainly put a bit of a gap between them and Onami.
Yeah, I mean, as we've said, these last 2 playdays are really important. These are the games you want to be winning. I think it's kind of concerning for Odium, right? Because kind of looking at the table, you have Chiefs as wildcard. One of those teams are going to take Odium's 2nd position today. And, if Bliss have a pretty good result today, that could bump them up really close. And then, we're looking at a last play day where it's like actually really tight. And I mean, we'd obviously have to, do the math, whatever, and look at exactly what needs to happen. But I think that definitely puts Odium in a bit of a kind of scary position.
Well, it certainly makes things a little bit more interesting at the top end. And of course, for Vertex, they're now starting to put a bit more of a gap in there. But let's have a chat with Kakin and just pray that he's got more than one frame. Kakin, hey, on the phone, jeez. Hey.
Yeah. Wait. Before you ask any questions, look, watch. Can you see this? I'm touching plants. I'm outside. I'm outside and look at our opponents. Wow. Whoa. Look at that one.
I don't know, man. We could barely see you, so I don't know if you're outside.
It's fine. You can see me. I'm light enough. It's good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's artificial. I don't really believe you, Kakin. But what I do believe, and you guys had a good performance, mate. A great end scoreline, 7-3 against a team that really has put up decent scores in the past of OCN for Stage 1. How are you feeling after that one? I mean, I feel like that was just an absolute display.
Yeah, well, look, obviously we came to the stage, very fresh roster, and, we took some time. We've gained the experience. I think we would have been a good team. Like, if we stay together next stage, which I'm looking to do that, I think we'll be a force to be reckoned with, and this is, like, just the beginning sort of thing. Because, look, we knew we were going to be going to bank because a lot of these older teams don't like playing the new maps, and Odium had banned the new maps every single playday. So, we kind of left it up to Border and Bank, because if we went to Shallow, we already have 2 maps on that. So it was all like sort of planned out, and we knew our attacks. We had everything like pat down. We did sort of throw a couple of rounds midway trying to adapt a little bit too heavy, but we stuck to our guns, and it showed that we put the work in.
Yeah, you guys looked a lot better tonight. But now you guys are sort of almost safe from relegations. Has the idea of potentially being relegated or having to play that relegation match added any extra pressure to you guys over the past few playdays?
No. We weren't really looking towards relegations because we think that, I don't know, I feel like we weren't really thinking of relegations at all, the whole stage. Even if we placed last, I think we would have had the experience to back us up to win those relegation matches. But overall, we never had the idea of being in relegations.
Yeah, I mean, with Easter weekend, that left a 2-week break for most of the OCN teams. How did you guys kind of spend that week and a half preparing for Odium?
Okay. You want to hear? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I went clubbing every night. So, anyway, guys. So, we practiced a lot. We did a lot of practice. We prepped very heavily. Our weekends were spent sitting at our computers, really writing down everything about Odium. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Kakin, you are something absolutely special, mate. I love having you on here. Look, any final comments before we let you go? You got a lot of people out there that do support you and the team.
We got Knights next week. Let's hope they win in APAC playoffs, because that means they'll try less in OCN, hopefully. But yeah, thanks everyone for supporting us. I know a lot of people, I think I posted on Twitter something, we lost a couple games. People started going to the other side, those people can stay there now. We're back, and we're better than ever.
Kakin, you certainly are, mate. Congratulations on the victory. We now turn our attention to the Chiefs and Wildcard matchup, and it's up after this break.
Bomb located by attacker.
won't you come with me? I got money like it grows right off the trees. I said no, I won't go. Hey darling, won't you join our clan? We're gonna fix you up, take you to the promised land. I said no, I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, but my heart knows I can't take a fall. And I'm ready for it all, They're all waiting on me to drop the ball. Got my best dress on and my makeup done. Won't be long till I'm gonna be someone. Climbing up the steepest slope, I gotta hold my breath so I don't choke now. Got my guitar hanging off my shoulder, and each step I'm a little bit closer. Ruined since the day I was born, I know it's the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm. I've been searching for an open door, but everybody wants to eat me whole. Oh no, I won't go. Trying to live like I am free under the pressure of society. I know I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, but my heart knows I can't take a fall. And I'm ready for it all, They're all waiting on me to drop the ball. Got my best dress on and my makeup done. Won't be long till I'm gonna be someone. Climbing up the steepest slope, I gotta hold my breath so I don't choke now. Got my guitar.
The Banks though, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't
It sounds like Vertex are all but safe from relegations. However, we are still pending some results on Onami's game a little bit later today. Our attention now turns to a mid-table clash, which very easily could be a top-of-the-table clash. Wildcard and Chiefs go head-to-head. This matchup really, I felt like built throughout 2020, was disappointing throughout 2021. Let's hope that there's some substance, here in 2022. As we look at, what? I just realized that's Dev in the background. I thought it was one of my co-casters. Can we please get Dev muted? That's a little bit unprofessional from him. Let's have a look at the Chiefs and start to break down how this one is going to play out. Vast. This is a roster that is still, I don't know, in my mind, I'm still yet to see the full potential.
I think, yeah, the full potential is, still waiting to be unlocked. But I think overall, Bouncing and Boydie, they've made quite a smooth transition into the Chiefs roster. Obviously, there was a lot of question marks. I know a lot of the fans were, why have they made these moves? And, we've been talking about it for a while, but I think overall they've had quite a successful season. I mean, they're in APAC South playoffs. Look, their OCN performance has taken a bit of a hit from what we used to seeing, but I mean, in Stage 3, I believe, Chiefs were like 3rd, 4th seed leading to playoffs, so it's not, that concerning. It's not that unordinary for them to be where they're positioned right now.
Hang on. What's going on here? Do we have a double agent in here? What's going on here? Where are they at Bliss? Hang on a second. That looks a bit spicy to me. Of course, he was up at the Chiefs mansion, but he has believe there was some internet issues or something going on there, and I know that there's a good connection between Chiefs and Bliss. I'm just going to call that out loud now. So very much, I mean, I'm going to say thank you very much to Bliss for housing Worthy, because he was having some issues the other night. As we start to look at this matchup, though, Wildcard really just 1 point in front of Chiefs, and that's due to an overtime loss. But really, the additions of OJ and Cairo have nothing but bolstered this roster, Turtle.
Yeah, like if you look back to last year's wildcard, they definitely underperformed above, like below all expectations. They were expected to be top of the leaderboards, but I don't know, they decided to make some changes coming into this year, bringing in a new voice in OJ and some new firepower in Cairo, and it's definitely given them a new life, a second win. But they're still, it's the same as Chiefs, they're not reaching their potential right now.
Yeah.
They currently have nothing to lose. They didn't qualify for the APAC playoffs. They have no reason to hide anything tonight. These next few play days, they have a bit of leeway to try and fix some role issues maybe, or just try some new things. Like, yeah, pretty much that.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting point that you make there, is both of these teams are in a very similar place, right? Wildcard. Why does Vinny just look like a skater boy who said see you later? You know, like I don't know what's going on there. But it is interesting, Vast. It does feel like, to an extent, both of these teams are in a similar situation in terms of, you know, like reaching a peak. Obviously, you wouldn't really, you wouldn't put Wildcard on Chiefs level just because of what Chiefs have achieved, even in Stage 1 so far with the APAC playoffs. But both teams, they've got 2 new players. They're still trying to build throughout Stage 1, and it does feel like that if one of these teams are able to peak, it could really just completely change the conversation around it.
Yeah, I think just for today's game specifically, though, that with Wildcard not being in APAC South playoffs, I kind of agree with Pat. Like today should be about them kind of just trying a lot of things. You know, not really much to lose. Obviously, they probably want to win every game, and you know they're not going to control. But I think the ball is in their court. They have a huge favor against the Chiefs. You know, Chiefs are putting more of their focus and resources into APAC playoffs to secure the major position. But I think they're both in very similar positions. They've kind of had a rebuild in 2022. At least in OCN, you know, they're quite close. They've had quite similar performances.
Let's have a look at the vetoes, because realistically, this might give us somewhat of an idea. Far out, man. Bank. We're going to bank again. I just wanted a little bit of a different, you know. I guess for OCN, we haven't seen much bank, but for, again, APAC South, we've seen a lot of it. Turtle, looking at this one, what are we making of it? This seems to be quite a Chiefs comfort pick, but Wildcard obviously feeling comfortable banding out Chalet.
We actually seen in their last matchup, I do believe, Chiefs last year, they beat them first time on Bank when it was first introduced, but second time around, Wildcard came out swinging. They absolutely smashed Chiefs on Bank. So even though Chiefs, it is a bit of a comfort pick for them, and Wildcard have lost with this new roster, maybe they just have like the formula to beat Chiefs on this map.
All right, well, thoughts here, Vast. Do we think that there's enough in it?
Well, I actually think Wildcard are going to beat Chiefs. I think this is a good map for it. I think we've talked about the Chiefs is it's not so clear what their strong maps are, as you know in Stage 3. I think it was a bit more clear. So Bank is, you know, more even grounds for both these teams. I think as well, just because of the size of the map, I think if Wildcard are able to pick off the Chiefs roamers, that will, you know, make a huge impact. If they're able to cut off Worthy, you know, single him out. Same with Bounce, and I think that will, you know, really help them go throughout the rounds.
Turtle, do you reckon that it's going to happen, though? The big question for me, like, there's always easy, or not easy, there's always points that are made in terms of, you know, like how we can shut teams down. Wildcard seem to be that methodical team that could do it, but in the scenario that we're in right now, where, again, Chiefs are focusing on, you know, like kind of splitting their attention, dividing and conquering in a sense of APAC South, do you think that this should be the wild card ability? You know, is this where they take over in the server?
Maybe. Chiefs went lose condition, even though they have to worry about the APAC playoffs, their lose condition is just giving Wildcard the freedom to do what they want.
Yeah.
Wildcard of that team, like, they will abuse any control you give them. If you don't get in their faces and just slow them down, they'll just work utility, get everything open, and slowly pick you guys off. So you just need to get in their face, slow them down, and that's Chiefs win condition.
I think we saw that you know, we've seen that time and time again, I think, for Wildcard Vast. You know, when you think back to a very old Wildcard, the methodical nature of that util dump meta, things have changed a little bit since then. But you know what? I was going to ask you a question, but I don't have to do that anymore because the game is ready. So I'll let you two gentlemen just sit back and relax. We'll speak to you in a bit. Let's bring in Andy. How are you? Good to see you. It's great to see. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I feel like it's been 24 hours?
Yeah, it's something like that. Actually, probably less than that.
It actually, you know what? It has
It actually has been.
Yeah, less than 24 hours. Good to see you again. Surely after the experience you've had on the APAC playoffs, you're feeling ready for this one.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling excited for this one. Two teams I know lots about as well. I'm very excited for, so it should be a good match.
You better nerd out. That's all I'm going to say. I've got to ask you. You said last night that Osa is a big player on Bank. Do you think that we'll see the ban?
Will we see the ban? That's a good question. I feel like if it's not banned, it'll definitely be picked. So yeah, it's for sure. Both
Ban
teams
or
definitely employ Osa into this matchup.
Chiefs and Wildcard head-to-head, middle of the table clash. Two teams that know each other far too well at this point. It's there's a lot of history. There is a lot of history here. But focusing now on the here and now, it is actually a Jackal ban coming out from Wildcard. I do like that. Saw a fair bit of Jackal in the previous game, especially on those server holds. And the Ying.
Ooh.
That's a bit of a spicy one.
Yeah, so Jackal, not too surprising for me, Wildcard. They start out on the defense. They're probably going to look to roam, right? Jackal, he expedites that process of the roam clear for the attack, so taking that out, pretty good. But Thatcher being left in, Maverick also being left in, and Hibana left in as well, so all the hatches will be getting opened. Walls, lots of options for the attackers as well, and Echo being banned out. That's a lot of your plants in Algon too, and that's for two of the sites, the top floor and the basement.
It's interesting. What are we going to see? The final ban for Bank. And it's, oh my word. Okay.
Wow.
Just, this has been a really, like I'm a big fan of the ban phase here. It's not your stock standard. There's actually a bit of spice thrown in there. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first castle ban we've seen, period, throughout OCN. So that's something for you. I think Echo's been banned once before. Yeah, it has. So there we go. Moving into Bank, Chiefs starting on the attack.
Yeah, the castle being banned out does change up some of your strategies, right? Castle, we see him a lot on the top floor. Close up some of those windows, make those lines of sights a little bit trickier for the attack. Same thing on both of the ground floor sites. Castle's used a lot to close off areas and turn some positions into better anchor spots for the defenders. So that will change up the strategy for both of these teams. I think particularly Wildcard starting on the defense, but it is them that bans it out. So we'll see what changes they have to bring in. Now going on to their basement. Looks like they're going to go for a sort of plant and all again, smoke with 2 C4s and also playing the water, probably for somewhere around the blue stairs as well. So nothing too special here. They're actually committing a few Rios upstairs. The hatches are being rioed. There's also a Rio inside electrical as well. So Wildcard playing a fairly conservative roam here.
Keen to see who sticks this. Obviously, you're probably looking to the big Molosca to make that work, and I would imagine Pat with that deployable shield. There we go. He's going to move across towards server stairs and set up shop. I think we saw 2 ADSs kind of sitting on the wall of blue. So not yet, actually. Not yet. Have not forced that. Don't think he's actually dropped it in server. I could be just going completely crazy here. Where is it? Where is your deployable shield?
It's there. It's
behind
the server
it is there. Okay,
it's kind of blending in. I see what you mean. Yeah, that was a bit tricky to spot out, but hey.
That's my eyes for you,
Oh,
baby.
is that a quick entry from Bouncin into server? This is very early server control, and Wildcard have no idea as of yet.
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe they have some idea. Oh, no, Pat definitely doesn't know.
There is one player watching dirt, but they've got no clue that Bouncin has made it in. Surely if they knew, Pat would be a little bit more attentive. They are going to spot out the Osa, which means Pat's attention will be diverted. And I don't know whether Bouncin's impact will be as fruitful as what we may have expected it to begin with. But nevertheless, minute 30 left. Wildcard, really, without giving up that ground, we're doing well until Vinny gets absolutely deleted from Ethan.
The Chiefs trying to replicate the same attack that they did previously here. I'm not sure if it was in Apex South or OCN. And Ethan starting to toy with Pat there on the blue stairs, but Pat does get the better of him. Bouncin now looking for the 1v1 trade, but Pat finds the second as well. 3-on-3, but Cairo is down, so 2-on-3, 1 up for the Chiefs. OJ there to trade now, so 2-on-2 with a whole minute and 12 seconds left of the round.
Ooh, this is chaotic. My God, I don't even know how we've kept up with what's been going on. OJ teetering on the line. I love that. Worthy falls and Digital in a 1 versus 2 now to try and clutch up. No, it's the wall bang. OJ out for the count. Milo to play a 1v1.
Digital and Milo left in the 1v1. Digital, he does have 3 flashbangs for this push. 40 seconds left to go, so plenty of time. He does not need to rush this push. The 1v1, Milo playing around the bomb chassis, and Digital can't quite find him, but he takes a big chunk of damage.
20 HP for Milo. All but 1 bullet might do it here. Digital gets caught out, and Milo makes it work. Wild card. They trade efficiently, and they make the basement hold work.
The Chiefs going for a very minimal type take there straight into server, trying to make use of the Ossel, which is something we talked about a lot just before this match started as well. Unfortunately, not working out in their favor. OJ just too sharp on the roam, finding 2 or 3 kills, and Milo eventually able to win out that 1v1. The Chiefs feels like they're cutting corners a little bit into this attack, and Wildcard given a lot of free reign to play that roam game.
Oh, spicy way to kickstart this matchup. Sure, that'll be the Chiefs. A little bit disappointed, considering Bouncin was in service so early. They had all that time to play with. Ethan was pretty interested on that Osa. Was definitely looking for that aggressive server push, but nevertheless, we'll focus on this round here. The extensions are all but, I think, going to remain on that top floor, maybe minus Milo. I feel like Milo could definitely cause some havoc if he's able to get into the basement and just buy time. Playing up server, playing up main stairs could really do a bit of damage.
Yeah, so something we should probably touch on is that there is no castle for this particular strategy. So those lounge room double windows and the windows on the the banana sort of angle, all the single ones in a row, those aren't castled off anymore. They're just barricades. So less protection to play inside of lounge and inside of reception as well. So the Chiefs, they could use that to their advantage. Wildcard, they're electing instead to put all of their resources and utility here in the stock hallway. We see Vinny playing the shield with 1 wall open to stock to contest the entry. So Wildcard playing it slightly different to what we normally see in Chiefs. Starting to shape up around lobby. Actually, we haven't seen anyone on the square skylight side of the map, so we'll see what they have to go for.
Valk has been left in through the ban phase for one of only 5 matches that OCN has seen, in fact, which is kind of a crazy statistic for you. And you're going to see the full effect of Valk, especially when you're playing CEO. There are so many pivotal places to be placing those cams. However, there is a massive caveat to that. That is bouncing on the IQ. I'm really liking the kind of, the to and fro between the picks. That IQ is going to work tremendously well if, this is a big if, Chiefs can take the control that they need.
The Chiefs now looking to do a lobby push, but Pat does find the first pick onto Ethan. I think that was the rappel player on that north balcony, but Worthy, he does find the tray onto Pat with a claymore. Oh no, Pat getting greedy there. Now they have to face this choke point up the main stairs, but faced by a shield and meeting.
And Vinny could wait to pop out here. Milo, has he been spotted? Yeah, he certainly has. A little bit disappointing for Milo, and the problem is he can't back away at this point. He's kind of stuck here, and if Vinny can hold this line, this may well perfectly. Time now starting to be a huge factor. With a minute left, the Chiefs don't really have significant control up Spiral. As I say that, it does look like they're going to go for the push here. Worthy can't get one done. Milo, at the very least, gets that trade, and Vinny out of the banana window will find one, and he is done.
Wildcard playing those trades perfectly. That crossfire setup on the main stairs supported by the shield as well. Digital and Bouncin left to try and pick up the pieces. Digital taking the diffuser over into reception, but Bouncin goes down to Vinny. Digital does trade, so 1 versus 2 situation for him.
Digital, does he know that Cairo's down? I feel like he could hear that breathing at that point. It's going to be big. It's all about where Digital decides to go. The wallbang was nearly picture perfect. Now rotating in, of course, he wins that. Nicely done to round out the what was another 1v1. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start here, Mandy.
I was going to say Digital finding his 1 versus 1 redemption in the second round. Able to close out the round for the Chiefs. A bit of a messy push up the spiral stairs, but that's what you have to expect going for a lobby-sided take. That is the major choke point that you have to get through if you want reception control and eventually try and flood the site and go for your kills. So Wildcard, unfortunately the crossfires and trades not going in their favor, and I just want to credit some excellent entry play from Worthy and Boydie up the spiral stairs together.
The big part for any kind of spiral take is really finding the trade, right? You know that at the very least there's going to be pressure somewhere toward Banana or over toward Elevator. So you know at the very least when you do go for that flush, when you are trying to force positions out, sending 2 bodies, you need to be trading. You need to be trading quickly and efficiently without wasting too much time.
5 seconds left.
In the Chiefs, how much have they really changed here? Really just Ethan onto the Zofia, as I'm a big fan of the repick, honestly. I really do like being able to see that. An interesting lineup here for Wildcard. Malusi, Thorn, Alibi. This is a... I'm keen to see what kind of damage they can get done, actually.
Yeah, so Wildcard choosing to go to staff room and open for this ground floor bomb site. This one's become more popular recently, and that's because most of this bomb site you cannot play vertical on, right? So it's quite different to Telus Archives, where your anchors can be flushed out. Here, you have the option of playing in kitchen and playing in some of the cubicles inside the office, so much more safe for your anchor players. The Chiefs, they'll need to start getting into that top floor. Although there won't be much vertical given to them, it's best to clear the rummers first, right? So we see Worthy here on this north rappel, trying to look for a pick.
That's Pat in Janitor as well. Reinforced wall on back side. Worthy's just taking his time here. And how they flush this out and how efficiently they flush this out, I think will determine the round. If they end up wasting too much time, if Cairo is able to play the way he's looking to, things could get quite devastating. I really like that deployable shield as well. They're actually extending quite decently here, Wildcard.
But an interesting push from the Chiefs, actually, spreading themselves thin across the top floor, some in lobby, some on those rappels as well, just trying to look for an in, trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Wildcard, and there we go, that's the first pick. Boydie finding Milo, rotating into Telus and Archives, being completely unaware that Boydie is there, and there we go, a second from Ethan on the upside down Spider-Man rappel in lobby to find 2. Now it's 4 versus 3 for Wildcard.
Bouncer taking good control. Knows that there's one toward Janitor, in Janitor, don't know yet. What's the play here? Taking his time, but it might just come down to that. Timing is everything. Pat makes his way just inside of the hatch as they converge on his point. Or do it. Oh, yeah? Nah, absolutely. Nah. Not even close, man.
Oh, we got excited for him, but not able to find anything. Worthy now starting the vertical gameplay, although there isn't much to find on this particular site. 41 seconds left to go for the Chiefs. They have to amount to some kind of push, decide where they're going to put their hard reach. Digital still holding on to most of those ex-Kairos, so lots of options here for the Chiefs.
Digital 5-1, that's a sight to see. Sight for sore eyes.
He wins his ones.
He does win his ones at the moment. He's 50-50 in 1v1s, so, you know, that's not too bad on the old success game. But, 10 seconds left. Hang on a second. I didn't realize how short the time was. Oh, Chiefs! Out of the frying pan and into the fire. They have just gone straight into the crosshairs of Wildcard. Oh, you love to see it.
Yeah, the Chiefs are not really going for anything more than that top floor control, getting 2 of those hatches open, eventually had to flood with a hatch drop. They didn't look for square control, they didn't look for anything on the quad wall or something like that. They really limited their options, even though they had so much utility up for them. Suppose just the early round being slow, although they found the the first picks. They couldn't clear out the anchors on the site, and I just want to credit Pat as well, being able to reposition onto those main stairs. That's a big choke point if you're going to flood the side like that. So well played from Wildcard to retain that composure, and the Chiefs just feel like, again, like round 1, cutting corners a little bit on their attack.
Well, when you cut corners, sure, you get to your objective faster, but obviously there are massive implications for that, and you're going to see it time and time again when, especially when you're coming up against a team like Wildcard. I feel like you've got one of two choices with Wildcard. You either go fast and you go aggressive, or you take that time to really dot your I's, cross your T's, do everything that you need in the round to convert those small little wins. But if you give Wildcard the round to settle into it, that's where things really become quite a blaringly obvious issue. You know, the cutting of the corners is great, but boy, Wildcard's probably not the team I want to be doing that against.
Yeah, to the Chiefs' credit, Bank is a big map. It is tough to get every single step of the way done in just 3 minutes. So there are some things that you do have to miss out if you want to go for that late game execute, right? Now we see the Chiefs, they will have to re-attempt attacking the bottom floor site. Previously, 1 versus 1, very close, but Milo able to win it out for Wildcard. So Chiefs starting off on their roam clear, but Milo loitering around on the main stairs.
And you watch again, if they're not careful, Milo will come up the stairs, look for that cheap play. Waiting for it at the moment, bouncing. Going to be gifted anything. But Milo actually makes his way back out. I don't mind that either. Best to be safe than it is to be sorry. Chiefs hunting for a second round here, but minute off the clock, and so far Chiefs have actually taken a fair bit of the control.
Yeah, Wildcard playing with this open hatch drop, they can allow their roamers to escape while burning plenty of time. 1 minute burnt already for these two Wildcard roamers, so they've done a good job. Worthy now only just starting to get into open, forcing the roamers to fall back, but that's plenty of time burnt on the side of Wildcard already.
Out on mains, on service stairs, I should say. Doesn't have the shield with him, which I feel like, you know, that's a pivotal part of being able to play here. That shield really does give you a fair bit of protection, and here we go. What's he going to do? Absolutely nothing, because they're watching the long line. Shotgun up close. Why are you running into a shotgun? Why are you running into a shotgun on service stairs? Pat now, can he get anything else done? No, Chiefs trade out efficiently, but Wildcard are too quick and just too precise right now.
Wow, the Chiefs. What happened there? The EMP came out, but no flashbangs, no grenades to follow up. Milo able to play behind the server rack, Digital forced to drop in the 1 versus 3 and eventually to lose out the round. The Chiefs, that wasn't a very diligent clear of the blue stairs. Pat, he was able to play that freely, and like you said, even though there was no shield there, I'm personally of the preference that I do think that it should be the player's choice on the blue stairs. Sometimes that shield can work against you if the attackers crouch in and make that entry. So personal preference, I think, for Pat, but it works out for him. He finds 2 picks. The Chiefs, even though no ADSs for them, they're just not diligent on this clear.
It's very true. If there is a shield there, I mean, you're not going to be able to play as freely like he did. You know, Pat's going to try to go for those kills, but instead of being able to move freely to that doorway, he's going to have to vault over the deployable shield. He's going to have to try and make those plays. So just, it really does come down to 6 in one half, doesn't it, in the other. But look, makes it work. And then Wildcard, what I love about that is in the chaos of Pat being able to hold on the server, taking down 2 players, Wildcard instantly take advantage of that. All the attention from the Chiefs is pretty much directly pointed in that area of the map, and they make it work. And look, I think right now I'm looking at Wildcard saying, things are looking pretty neat. Things are looking pretty neat. Even though the first 2 rounds are pretty close, I feel like they're now starting to hit their stride. And a 4-2 first half is looking well and truly on the cards.
Wildcard looking very clean in this game so far, up 2 rounds from the Chiefs as well. Maybe we should play back into this idea that Chiefs, maybe they just haven't put much effort into this game in comparison. Wildcard, this is the game for their week. This is what they need to focus on. But the Chiefs, they've got divided attention right now, right? So Wildcard taking advantage of this particular week to try and catch some of those rounds here in OCN. We'll see them repeat the top floor site again. Same shield in stock hallway. Pretty much the same strategy coming out for Wildcard, with the exception of OJ now on the Warden instead. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Actually, I take. Oh no, that was the digital 1v1 at the end there to win the round, but a very close round for Wildcard. I feel like this is a very standard hold anyway. It almost worked out for them as well, so I'm not too fussed about this from them.
No, not at all. Not at all. And very easily can it go the other way.
Ooh, good impact trick.
Certainly is. We actually saw that falter a little bit earlier. I like this from Digital. Takes the time, but Milo's gone from underneath. This is gorgeous play, man.
Yeah, well played from Wildcard, just winning out on these little micro games for the utility, even doing so well here to protect this stock hallway power position. Digital, he's going to re-attempt this X-Kairos push again. Milo is no longer down below, but that mute jammer has come back to activation again, since EMPs only last for 8 seconds now, right? So the Chiefs missing out on a few steps here. They haven't quite accounted for everything that Wildcard have to offer.
Really liking this little dance. You know, we talk about mini games a lot on maps like Villa, on Clubhouse, and now that now that Bank is back in the map pool, it really does come down to that. You think about the server pushes, you think about this little dance that you're doing here. Very, very similar to what we see in terms of Clubhouse. There are very much checkpoints that you have to get through. They still have not been able to get rid of this yet. Eventually they do, but I mean, that's not really going to do a hell of a lot. I feel like Vinny's safe and sound there.
And they had to rotate Worthy down below as well to see if Milo was trying to clear out those X-Karos as well. So burning a lot of time with that perceived presence. And now Chiefs left with only 36 seconds left. No casualties for either side, but also no breaches open for the Chiefs. They'll have to go for a flood if they want to make anything happen on this top floor bomb site.
It's going to be chaotic. And OJ finding the first kill makes things just near impossible. It is impossible from here. Chiefs are losing their 1v1s. They cannot win this util game, so they're going to have to try and go for brute force, but Vinny gets aggressive for the double! Make it a triple kill in the round, and Boydie out on the rappel. May as well just go for a couple of kills, find some stats, because that is all you're getting.
Wow, Chiefs looking really shaky on Bank there. Wildcard, very, very, very diligent about that utility, supporting each other in every little micro battle possible. The Chiefs just felt like they couldn't find an in anywhere. All those rappels, Wildcard, they weren't going to run into those angles. Even trying to get this wall open, they weren't trying to utility dump onto Vinny, who is playing in that stock hallway shield, right? So the Chiefs just feels like they're not getting much done in these rounds. It feels like they're not getting a foot in the building, and Wildcard aren't giving anything to them, which is quite characteristic of Bank, right? There's lots of rappels, lots of windows. Typically, you'll find that free pick on the breach on a window, but not when you play against Team Wildcard.
No, and it really does. This is just... I've said it quite a few times. 2022 has almost reverted back to the 2020 Wildcard in terms of their defenses. When they're given space, they are incredibly dangerous. The util game seems to be really, really difficult when Wildcard are on their defense. They have a lot of the check marks for themselves, and they just keep kind of chipping away at it. You think about it then, 30 seconds left, and Chiefs just had absolutely nothing to play for. So, big fan so far of how this game has been turning out. As we now see Chiefs try to finish 4-2. I mean, 4-2 pretty common on Bank, but 5-1, I feel like that would be Wildcard really securing this map.
And it almost feels like it's turning into a Wildcard 5-1. They've just been playing so well. They're not letting Chiefs have anything. Even the round that the Chiefs won came down to a 1 versus 1, right? So the Chiefs not feeling very consistent here on Banks so far. We'll see if they can bring it back over when they switch to the defense. Now starting out on this North Rappel, they will re-attempt this roam clear into staff and office. But this time, let's see if they can get any more walls open, give them more options. Already we see here them attempting to open up the general hallway and clear Pat's power position. But once again, these micro battles, wow, Wildcard really know how to support each other's power positions.
If anyone wants to know how to play extensions, this is like, come back and watch this game again. Wildcard, their setups have been phenomenal. Look at Cairo's position. Look at what he's able to achieve. Unfortunately, without the castle barricade, that's just what you're exposed to, right? Without that in play, your back is completely exposed to that downward rappel. Someone probably needs to be watching that, supporting a little bit closer. But this now opens things up for the Chiefs, and they certainly capitalize.
Chiefs finally able to make some work into the building on the back of Worthy, managing to repel in from that north side. Vinny, he will look for the trade and he will find it down onto Worthy, but he is picked up by that by the Finker boost. So safe for now for the Chiefs. Still 5 players up, and Wildcard have to pick up the pieces back on the side. 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go, and 2 vertical players as well for the Chiefs, so plenty of options. All the X-Karas up as well. I would really hope to see that they don't go for this flood play again. Please keep trying to choke them out. Use the utility that you have to start getting onto the side.
I think OJ is in the cheekiest of all cheeky positions here. He's sitting just, oh my god, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. Square is completely open, and if he can sit in electric, oh, he's going to run straight past him. He's not going to look. Surely OJ gets a free kill here. He's the smoke player. If he goes down, the round is surely done and dusted. They don't know he's there. They have no clue, Mandy.
Oh no, Ethan has just gone and rotated onto the upside down rappel on Printer instead. They have absolutely no idea that OJ is here. Where are the rest of the Chiefs? What are they going for at the moment? It doesn't seem like there's anyone. Okay, that is the kit actually down by the quad wall on digital as well. So OJ, he could make a huge impact here on the round if not found out. Oh, but he is found out by Ethan. Thank goodness for the Chiefs.
That's really lucky, because where Vinny is as well, Vinny could actually go massive! Find himself a quick double. If he wins this fight, it may be on! Vinny in a 1v5 scenario. Boydie and Worthy scrambling. The problem is for Vinny, he's stuck in a corner. There's nowhere for him to go, and Boydie collapses. Oh god, that was far too close for comfort.
Far too close for comfort. Oh my gosh, Chiefs just not watching that blue flank, that infamous blue flank to stop the square push, and Wildcard playing some really cheeky, precarious positions to try and, I guess, prevent that man deficit from haltering them in the flood at the end there. So Vinny, almost a heroic play to bring Wildcard back in, but not quite enough. Chiefs able to bring it down to a 2-4 half, which is honestly not too bad for them on bank.
Oh, anyone but Buck there, and I think maybe he might be able to use the unreinforced wall to his advantage. But the second the Buck is just absolutely raining down with that skeleton key, too many things are exposed. So, phenomenal work from the Chiefs in that round. There's no doubt about it. They found the first 2 openings. They then kind of methodically went around the map and just did enough to be annoying. I mean, could you imagine what happens, Mandy, if OJ finds even 1 kill in E-Room?
Oh dear.
Even 1 kill.
Yeah, that would have been tough for the Chiefs, but I think Wildcard, where they lost out in the round was the early game, right? Cairo eventually goes down to a pick on the rappel. Not much you can do about that, right? But Pat, overstaying his welcome a little bit in Janitor, does put a 3-5 man deficit. That is tricky to come back from for Wildcard, particularly on staff room and office, where there honestly isn't too many anchor positions that you can sit in when that quad wall gets open. So now the Chiefs, they switch onto their defense half, and they will start in lockers and CCTV room with a light roam upstairs, bouncing here on the cap can. Might be looking for a cheeky double cap can kill as well, so we'll see if Wildcard can clear the map a little quicker than Chiefs were able to on their attacking half.
Wildcard with a much more kind of stock standard lineup. Nothing really, you know, quote unquote quirky, especially when you look to Chiefs and obviously bouncing on the cap cam. EDDs will be very, very interesting, especially with their placement. And Milo's taking a lot of control right now.
They're quick. This is fast.
This is really quick, Mandy. Like almost too quick for Wildcard.
Yeah, this is quite uncharacteristic of Wildcard, if you ask me. Maybe some really good pre-placed drones, maybe one on top of Spiral, on the top of Skylight Stairs or something like that. But Wildcard, they've made hasty work of this building so far. Bounson's actually just put down another 2 Capcan traps a bit later into the round. So not all the setup done yet for the Chiefs. And Wildcard, now we get Vinny coming into lobby. They have lots of options here, particularly with OJ on the Hibana and also Pat on the Thermite. They can get plenty of hatches open, whether it's the lobby hatches or they go for a blue side take. Plenty of options here for Wildcard, also plenty of time. So it'd be good if they don't throw away this early round lead, can start getting drones into the site and figure out a game plan.
For all this space, they've got to make something work. They've got to make something happen. Cannot take that much control in the early game. Not capitalize Boydie with just far too much information. This is where things get really uncomfortable. Was that a mid-round electrical? I love that.
I think so.
Big.
Oh, Cairo does find the first pick onto Worthy in this round, though. Although Ethan has been tricking the hatch, he no longer has that electrical in his pocket. So if they rotate the EMPs back over, they can get open this hatch, which is critical for the push that they're trying to do here into blue. Pat with no more exothermic charges as well. Seems like they're still looking for this blue execute. 40 seconds left to go, though. They still do have 3 smoke babes up as well. So wildcard, you're going to have to get a move on if you're looking for this push. Actually, that being said, where is the diffuser? Pat, I don't think he's got it in blue, actually. Maybe we've got this wrong.
Maybe we do. Maybe it's a bait.
Oh,
Well, this is really interesting, Mandy. They're putting a lot of the attention. You know, you think about where the information is right now. It's all on Boydie. And Boydie is across in Vault. So he's saying, hey, Milo's still across here. They've still got 1 or 2 players. Pat's dropped into Vault. Smoke comes out. Digital's just sitting on the backside of the B chassis. And you're seeing the full effect of what happens when you cause chaos. Pat makes his way in. Lovely trades coming out from the Chiefs, though. They are holding on. Do they know where this plant is going down? Do they know it's going down? Cairo should be able to hold here. They don't know where it's going down. It's a free plant for Wildcard. The post plant is incredibly important here.
2 players down for the Chiefs as well. Only Boydie left to pick the pieces up, but Pat finding 2 kills in that post-plant situation is able to win out the round for Wildcard. So the first attack for Wildcard going in their favor. And like we said, in that early game, they had so much control. They had the double hard breach, so they had plenty of options. They could go for a blue take. In the end, faking out all of that utility just to go for a lobby take instead. Really well played from Wildcard and fully capitalizing on all that space they gained in the mid-round.
I love that. I absolutely love that. There is so much chaos being caused by just small pieces of intel that is just, it's false intel. It's literally just a body or 2 being put across in server that is just, I love it. And when you look at how Chiefs were responding, they really thought that plant was going down without any information. They thought it was going down underneath in A. And really, I mean, a 2v3 in that scenario, and they managed to make that work. That is just picture perfect. That could not be a better finish for Wildcard there. And now, with really just 2 rounds between them and big old fat 3 points, it is almost looking inevitable.
Yeah, Wildcard capitalizing on this pretty tricky week for the Chiefs in all honesty. They're under a lot of pressure right now in the APAC South playoffs, right? So if there is any week for Wildcard to win, this is the week for you to win OCN against the Chiefs. Now the Chiefs electing to go to Staff Room and Office, same tertiary site that Wildcard has also picked. Cairo getting early control on that printer window and using the skeleton key to its fullest potential, opening up a long line of sight. So here we start with the roam clear, but no presence up here on the top floor from the Chiefs.
I feel like that could be a little bit too easy for Wildcard. Unless there's something that I'm missing here. Wildcard with free top floor control, nothing contesting it, gives a lot of time for them to work with. However, it's taking them a considerable amount of time to actually take it. Does feel like they're starting to clue on to what's happening here, but the extension into Archives could cause a little bit of chaos.
Cairo now starting to get control into top square, but Worthy loitering around at the bottom of the stairs does take a chunk of damage, but is still alive. Almost cut off by Cairo on the vertical as well. He's lucky to be away with his life, but like you said, the horizontal extension into Telus and Archives is something that Wildcard will have to address depending on the push they're going for. We do see Vinny. He's got some drones inside lobby and is starting to cut off that position as well, so clearly Wildcard keyed into some lateral control while this vertical control is happening now for Cairo. And there we go, that's the first pick.
It's just the problem, skeleton key. You have so much that you can play with, and when you extend into Archives, you expose yourself a lot more Archives tellers, I should say. Interesting place there, Cairo. I don't think you meant to do that one. But this is really looking quite good. Again, minute left, and Chiefs. I want to see something. I want to see something bold, and I like this from Ethan. Getting into a position where he could potentially impact the square play, that may well be it.
Although there is 1 minute left, I still can't quite figure out exactly what take Wildcard are going for. They are taking their time to get themselves into Telus and Archives now, but it's still not quite indicative of what they're going for. Okay, there we go. Now Pat is starting to get this bottle open with the thermite charges. Bouncer looking for the trick, but that thermite charge is way too low onto the ground to be tricked out. He does look for the pinch, takes a chunk of damage from Pat, and I was going to say he survives with his life, but Pat is able to find the pick. 2-player deficit now for the Chiefs, but just 30 seconds left to go for Wildcard. Oh, Ethan, is he doing it?
He's going to have to.
He's going to have to.
It's going to be devastating, right? When he inevitably does come up, that could well be it. Pat now is just going to send it in, and he's going to be exposed. No, is he? I'm still trying to figure this out. Is he going to be exposed? The beepers will surely give away his position. Milo was watching it like a hawk. We got nervous there, but it is once again Wildcard coming out on top, convincingly so. Match point.
Wildcard, they took all the necessary steps there they needed to go for that plant, right? If you want to open the quad wall, you need to get Telus and Archives control, because otherwise those roamers, they'll shoot all of your defenders out in the bottom of square. So Vinny able to get control of the support of Cairo's vertical gameplay, flushing out the Chiefs, and yes, Milo being so diligent on that flank watch in the late round, allowing Pat to get into the site. That was just so well played from Wildcard, checking every box, being diligent on this attack, and that is the Wildcard that we know and love.
It is. It truly is. This is a tactical timeout for the Chiefs, for those wondering. Tactical timeouts are very interesting discussion. When I look at a tactical timeout, I'm always looking at when and where and how impactful is it. I feel like at 5-2, that's your last chance to really call the tactical timeout, because if Wildcard get match point, which they have just done, you need to back up 4 rounds in a row with no mistakes. So I always find it interesting when teams do and don't decide to kind of pull the pin. Inevitably, it is right toward the end of the game where it could be all but lost.
Well, I think something important to consider is that when you take your tactical timeout, you are also giving 45 seconds for the other team to talk as well, right? So if you feel like maybe this is just speculating from me, but if you're the Chiefs and you feel like you kind of have the formula cracked, but it's just small mistakes that you're making, you don't necessarily want to take that tactical timeout then, because there's no glaring mistakes, right? And you're just giving Wildcard another moment to retain keep even more composure on that side. So the Chiefs probably taking that tactical timeout when they think, okay, there's something going extremely wrong in the macro sense. Beforehand, we did see a lot of close rounds for the Chiefs. Some of them just not keyed into the right push, for example, not looking the right way, but they do win their ones. Chiefs, they do back themselves in, and they do play a lot of bank as well. So perhaps they just think it's an off day for them. We need this tactical timeout as like a mental boost.
Well, let's hope it does come. What's wrong?
I was trying not to laugh that entire time, but I think I'm broken.
Of course. No one knows this, but we can both see each other on our screens. I didn't know where you were looking to, unless I zoned out for a little bit then. It's fun and games, man.
Oh dear.
At least you laugh. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Wildcard are pretty much having a laugh to themselves now. 4 rounds to play with. And they still have their tactical timeout in hand. They also have Worthy's live in the palm of their hands, into which they crush them. As they are the rest of the roster here. Chiefs fall bit by bit, and this is surely done.
Yeah, the Chiefs now left in a 2 versus 5 situation. Cairo, Pat, and Vinny all finding the early picks. The Chiefs over-peaking here around this square skyline. Here we go. This is the use of the Ossa in this top floor. We haven't seen it on the side of the Chiefs, but we do see it coming out from Wildcard. Now actually contesting this shield in the start hallway. Oh, shield versus shield moment. Boydie, he has to make a play if he wants to bring back the player count for the Chiefs. And he does find one, but traded back by Vinny with a whole minute and 24 seconds left to go in the 1 versus 4. And that's it. Cairo finding the last pick for Wildcard to win their match against the Chiefs.
A massive victory for them, 7-2. Look at the cool, look at the calm, look at the collected. That is the Wildcard we used to know and love, and it seems like they are coming back into form here toward the end of Stage 1. Stage 2 is surely going to be the stage of the Aces.
Wow, I'm just so impressed, honestly. Like, I didn't think that Wildcard would defeat the Chiefs so cleanly like that. Like, I thought the Chiefs would at least take a little more fight to Wildcard. Bank is a map that we know that the Chiefs play. Wildcard, they just look like they've added so many improvements to their strategy. They're cool, calm, and collected, and it feels like the old Wildcard again.
Yeah, and that's a really, really scary thought. If they can continue to just improve, I mean, you look to the Chiefs that improved throughout 2020, then came into 2021. They were looking phenomenal. Same thing for Knights. They came into 2022 looking kind of a bit questionable, and they have had a phenomenal start themselves. But we are going to go to a short break. Mandy, thank you for joining me. But when we come back, it will be our wonderful interview with one of the wildcard picks. Day for it, lads. Wow.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you guys know that we are teaming up with the Oceanic Nationals for our new single, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Apple Music or any other streaming service that you use.
Oh no! My VLOOKUP function! It's fixed! Thank for OCN.
Huge victory under the belt for Wildcard. We were still kind of, I think, a little bit on the edge about where this roster was at, and regardless of where the Chiefs' prospects are at, regardless of where their attention is at, the way in which Wildcard have won this game is quite the eye raiser. Wouldn't you agree, Bast?
Yeah, 100%. I was really impressed with like how calm Wildcard were today. Like even though they would lose players, they didn't really make panic decisions, whereas in the past, it was very clear, and I used to see that a lot in their play. They'd lose players and just kind of force aggression, but today, even if they were in a 5v3, they'll still calm and just picking their moments really, in a calculated way.
Turtle, what did you make of it?
I mean, like, I know I said earlier before the match, like, Chiefs' win condition was to get in Wildcard's face, and not let them have any room, but honestly, Wildcard just came out here and they just did that to Chiefs. They came out here, took those fights early, got in Chiefs' face early. And that they were just winning everything. They were just winning the early fights. Chiefs had no real answer to them. They were trading out each other. And yeah, like you could say, oh, Chiefs are hiding strats tonight because of like APAC playoffs. But honestly, Wildcard was just playing really good Siege tonight, and Chiefs just didn't have a good answer to that.
I felt like there were just so many like clutch moments from Wildcard as well. We had 2 1v1s to begin with at the start of the game. We then had Vinny step up for a couple of big moments. We had Pat and Cairo both come together for a post-plant situation in a 2v3. Oh, Worthy on the -4 entry. Vast. We've never seen that, have we? That's what's going on there. That can't be right.
That's a bit of an anomaly. I mean, we've never really seen Worthy on a negative entry. I mean, some days, players are going to have their bad games, but I think overall for Chiefs, it was just a poor game from just as a team. Like, we knew that they were going to come into this trying to play a bit more adaptive and default, trying to hide strats, of course, but just like the manner of how they try to execute that. I mean, we saw on server stairs with that smoke clear. They burnt their ADSs, they EMP'd them, but then they will just decide to run at him, not really, thinking about using their utility, thinking about other ways to, go for the trades. It just, there were a lot of situations like that you could name. And I just think their execution today on their game plan was just awful.
You know what? Can't even be
point,
mad
man.
about that. You know what? Just go in. Why not? We're about to go into an interview with Maloska. Let's bring the gentleman in himself. Milo, always a pleasure to have you on, mate, but I do have to ask you, a 7-2 victory over the Chiefs. Were you expecting that?
No. I'll be pretty real. They, we showed up today. I don't think they did. Worthy didn't do too well, but we had Pat the animal. I think he was a +3 in entry. Was that correct? Yep. Like, I don't know. He absolutely just took it today. I don't know. Like, I'm on site, man. I'm doing nothing. Like, come on. I'm sitting in server rack, man, and I'm just hearing this guy charge up there, swinging doors, pump in hand, just farming. Absolutely mad lad. That's all I gotta say about that one. Oh.
You guys now stand a chance to sort of take first place in OCN. It's been a sort of rough 12 months for you guys. Like, what would an OCN title sort of mean to you guys?
Well, it'd be a good start for us. I mean, we haven't had a good history. Winning something is better than winning nothing, guys. So I'll put it that way. Like,
That's
come
how
on.
it works. Yep. Yeah, I think we were all really impressed with just how you guys were able to not only match Chiefs' fast tempo, but surpass them in that fast tempo. Was that kind of a conscious decision for you guys before the game?
To match? No, our decision tonight was not to get lost in the sauce, man. We spend a lot of our times having these massive leads, and then that just becomes a catastrophic failure. So tonight was just making sure we play our own game and just do the basics right, and just don't get ahead of ourselves.
Generally, I'd wrap things up here, Milo, but I want to ask you before you go, is this really leading to, Stage 2 being the return of Wildcard? Is this the potential for us to see a peak in the performance?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, I'd like to say that. I wouldn't want to. We have a lot to work on, and there's a lot of good prospects with this team, and we just have to ride out just the highs and work on the lows. We played the first stage of Apex South. Didn't go the way we wanted to. We just have to bite the bullet, get on the recovery for the next stage, and come back stronger.
Beautiful. Well, I'll give you the floor here before we let you go, as per usual. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
As usual, guys, thanks to the fans who support us. I'm glad to give you guys a fantastic matchup today, and we'll see you guys in the next one.
Much love, mate, and we look forward to seeing you play next Friday, but enjoy your rest until then. But it's time for Bliss and Ground Zero. We're off to a short break, and on the other side, it's the heated action.
You don't wanna miss this. No. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this. Got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now. Gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. Listen up, got no time. Gonna get it all, gonna get what's mine. Tell you what, no surprise. Try to push me down, but I'm gonna rise. There's no way now. There's no way now. Get away now.
there from Wedge. The bank zone, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can he make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times. Look out,
Champions, he never counts them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't
At the halfway mark on this Playday of OCN, we've already had 2 upsets. Let's see if we can have 2 more. Vast, somehow you have managed to predict both of the match results so far, and I think you're the only one of us who has gotten it right. What are you thinking for this game? Ground Zero versus Bliss. Is this going to be another upset?
I haven't voted for Bliss like everyone else, but I think looking at Bliss's track record, it's not, it's not unrealistic to vote for Ground Zero at the same time.
Yeah, well, there you go. Let's pick apart Ground Zero then. This team qualified for OCN through the relegations as Fury. Since then has had a couple of roster changes. Vast, what are we thinking about this roster so far in their campaign?
It's really hard to gauge because I think on paper, when you look at this team, you do see the potential there in the players. It's just, I think the lack of experience really they've suffered to it. I mean, we thought that bringing Wettables and Ervex would help that, but I mean, they're not the most experienced players in OCN as well. I think something that we noticed in last week's performance, sure, they did verse Onami, they did beat them, but I think in the interview, what they mentioned was kind of how they've been going in previous games, and I think it's a big talking point. They're new to OCN, and I think, I feel they've been playing to not lose. That makes sense, and not playing to win. They play really passive, and that's not what got them to OCN. And I think last week's game, they kind of shifted their mentality with that.
Turd, these guys have a long way to go. They're in 6th place at the moment, but should they win this match, they can go to 5th. Is that likely?
Honestly, I agree with Vast. It's going to be a close match. Bliss's track record right now, they're not doing too hot. Yes, they're winning, but they're not winning decisively. And as Vast said, once Ground Zero sort of get their footing, once they sort of get their confidence back that they had in OCL last year when they were beating everyone, they're a good team. They've got some talent there. It's just they need to unlock it.
Yeah, and that is this roster. Bliss, they've had some pretty significant roster changes. Upgrades, some might say, God Legion and Fisher Guy, formerly of the Chiefs, but Chiefs dropped them. You'd presume that is for a reason. Bliss, though, did not scoff at the opportunity. There was a lot of hype for this roster coming in, Turt, but it really does feel like they haven't lived up to that hype.
I got to agree. We all expected them to be contesting first, even dominating OCN. But right now, like I said earlier, they aren't winning. Yes, they're winning, but they're not winning decisively. But I think a turnaround this season, Fisher Guy, not normally noted for his out there performances. This season, he's been at the top of the scoreboard. This is probably his best statistical season, even back compared to the days when he was on the Ash Jaeger.
Well, Vast, I mean, you know so well God Legion and Fisher Guy. You play with them season upon season. What are you thinking about this roster, of their additions to Bliss, and how this team has shaped up? Because we expected more from them.
Yeah, I think me included kind of jumped the gun a bit. I mean, two completely different teams, Chiefs and Bliss, different play styles, different structure. To kind of think that Fisher and God Legion could just join this team and, there wouldn't be any problems and, we'd see kind of a replication with Chiefs, maybe was a bit too early to kind of call that. Sometimes roster changes can have that effect where, just with the nature of different play styles, it can take a while for, the other players to really kind of understand what Fisher is trying to bring to the team. Because, yeah, again, it is completely different play style. But I think, give them a lot more time before we kind of count them out.
Yeah, look, Team Bliss might not be in the top 4 at the moment, sitting in 5th place, but the two teams they've lost to are the number 1 and number 2 teams, Knights and Odium. So in theory, there is a way forward for them, and it starts here against Ground Zero. Should they lose this match, Turtle, though, Bliss will actually drop into 6th place. Ground Zero will overtake them. That seems unthinkable.
Yeah, at the start of the season, we would never imagine Bliss being at the 5th place, let alone down to 6th, 7th place. It's kind of concerning for them. They definitely need to come out tonight and have a solid game plan, and they needed this win, really.
So Bliss will be looking to rocket up the standings as much as possible. For Ground Zero, though, what realistically are the expectations coming into this game, knowing that they have struggled so far, knowing that this has been a rough season for them? Vast, do we really believe that Ground Zero have a shot here, or is this kind of cut and dry David and Goliath?
I want to say it's cut and dry. Like, sure, you know, Ground Zero kind of made some improvements last week, but that was against Onami. They're bottom of the ladder. And this is Bliss. You know, sure, Bliss are in 5th place, but, you know, they're still a team that should be respected. And, you know, a lot of teams have had a week and a half break to really prepare for this for these last 2 play days. So, you know, I can imagine Bliss, they're grinders, Fisho's a grinder. I can imagine they've worked really hard to, you know, analyze all their mistakes and fix them.
Well, I'll trust your judgment because you are somehow just destroying everyone else in the predictions. So let's see what you predict for the map, Vito. Let's spin that up, see where we will be playing out this game. Not Border, so not Bank, thankfully. We've finally got a different map, Clubhouse, though, which is one of the most banned maps in the pool at the moment. Turt, what are your thoughts on this?
If I'm being completely honest, I would say this is a lost map veto for Bliss. Like, Skyscraper, they barely beat Onami on it, and that was off the back of a 2v4 clutch with Repix. And he had an insane second half to bring it back. And Clubhouse, they recently just lost 2 nights on it, and they didn't seem to have any sort of goal in that match there. So over these past 10 days between the last matches, they must have gone back. They need to go back to the drawing board and sort of figure out what went wrong. Otherwise, Ground Zero might have an advantage here.
Wow, that's fighting words from you, Turtle. Vast, you got to defend your prediction here, mate. What's going on? Bliss, can they feasibly have a shot here at Clubhouse, or is Ground Zero actually smiling at this map, Vito?
I feel like Ground Zero actually should have gone with Skyscraper. I think that's a map where they can kind of play on their own terms a bit more. Like Clubhouse, you know, Clubhouse has been a very popular map for a long time, and all the Bliss players would have played this map for a long time. There's not too many things you can do to like catch the opponents off guard. You really just need to play the fundamentals right, the util clears right, and I think Bliss, that should favor them.
Ground Zero taking a gamble, going to Clubhouse, but they've had good results on it as of late. You mentioned that they beat Odium. That was a 7-2. Like, that was a shellacking. So Ground Zero, we've seen some good things from them, even though they've only won 2 matches so far. Against Team Bliss, what are they going to be looking at? What is the game plan when you're going up against a team with so many hot fraggers, so much experience on those players? What are you looking to exploit?
Honestly, just play Simple Stage. You don't need to get fancy with it. It's Clubhouse, as Vast said. Everything's sort of been discovered. Play Simple Siege, play your trades, play your util, and this is probably the best shot you got.
And if they win, it is overtaking Bliss on the agenda for Ground Zero for their debut season in OCN as well. I just personally can't see Bliss losing this one, but thanks for your insight, guys. Let's go into the game. Mandy, time to cast, time to get started. Ground Zero versus Bliss on Clubhouse. How was your previous cast? How you doing?
Yeah, it was okay. I'm pretty excited for this one. Clubhouse. Oh my gosh, Steph, I just want to say no chalet for me today. First day of OCN that I haven't casted chalet, so pretty good.
And this is your last cast of the night, isn't it? So
yeah,
you're guaranteed
cast.
no chalet tonight. Yeah, oh, there you go. What are you feeling? Bliss seems to have the backing of most people on the prediction desk, but Ground Zero maybe have a shot because it's Clubhouse?
I don't know. I feel like Ground Zero, they probably banned out Skyscraper because it is more comfortable for them on Clubhouse, right? I imagine they probably also don't know Skyscraper either. So Bliss, yeah, I'd back them in to win this unless... To be honest, if I was Ground Zero, right, you've lost so many games now. The way forward for me is just let's try and build a little bit of confidence. So going to maps that they're comfortable on rather than trying to counter veto their opponent, I feel like is the way forward, even though it might not seem like it in the short term, if that makes sense. So to be honest, I don't really mind this for Ground Zero, but I do still feel like Team Bliss will win this game.
Well, who wouldn't have confidence if you're Ground Zero coming off of a 7-2 victory on this map in the previous Playday? Team Bliss will absolutely have the backing of the popular vote, but Ground Zero have a serious opportunity, and they actually ban out the Finker.
Thatcher going out as well means that Maverick will be in play unless we see them do a Cyclops and bring out Carly, so probably not here in Australia. And yeah, Finker going out as well, that's one of your sets of nades gone, as well as the Kaid to follow up with the Thatcher, so pretty regular bans here on Clubhouse so far.
Team Bliss, ooh, the Wamai ban to come through. Is that going to make holding rafters a bit harder, I suppose? Is that going to give them a real shot at... I'm trying to look at this and think, you know, we always talk about attacker, defender, sided vetoes. Who does this operator veto favor? Is this attack or defense?
I would say neither, to be honest. I feel like this is pretty regular. You take out a set of nades, but you also do take out the Wamai, so that's one of your 1.5x gone for rafters, but I think you'll be fine with Jaeger on the board, to be honest. But either way, Bliss, they're going to Church Arsenal first anyway, so I feel like this is a pretty even ban phase so far for either team.
Yeah, Church Arsenal first up on the docket, and Bliss running what looks to be a pretty anchor-centric setup, right? We've got a set of impact grenades from Oda. I don't know whether that's for rotations or whether he's going to come back and actually try and impact that hatch, because Repix doesn't have impacts. And you know, presumably, you're going to see the Hibana repicked here by the attacking side so that they can dodge the impact trick on that kitchen hatch. If not, maybe there is a chance here that Oda could deny.
Yeah, the Bliss looking for a pretty regular setup down in the basement. You've got your mute and your smoke as well, with the denial from Oda on the Maestro cameras as well. I feel like this is pretty regular for Team Bliss. Trio mute jammers on the wall as well. Definitely not allowing triple to be open, but with the hard breach that Ground Zero have brought, it would indicate that they're probably not going to go for a triple take. That is the Hibana and 2 sets of hard breach charges on their side.
There is one cheeky little ingredient that Ground Zero have brought to spice up the meal, and that is the Ying. Hard breaches in tandem as well on Tuhan. Now, I'm wondering, is that perhaps for a kitchen drop? Is there a chance that Tuhan could overwhelm the site? That could be Bliss's undoing.
Yeah, for sure. The Bliss, if they don't quite realize it's there, they could be caught out by it. So Tuhan will have to keep an eye on him for the execute later into the round. Ground Zero now starting to do their attack onto Clubhouse. Tuhan starting on the Jacuzzi side with the Buck opening the entry hole for him, with Brendo coming and pinching in from Garage. So well played here from Ground Zero, getting the early work done, taking as much map control as they possibly can.
And it looks like a very calm round for Bliss. They have now got all 5 players onto that basement. Ground Zero will basically have the next minute and a half to set up and start preparing for this execute. But there are a lot of tick boxes to do, and Bliss is just testing them at the moment. Testing the water, seeing how organized Ground Zero really is.
Ground Zero now getting their buck into the building, starting to create that long line of sight down to cut main stairs off, and they can start working the floor of the back of Arsenal. So Team Bliss, they've played a pretty conservative setup here in my opinion. Not a huge roam holding the players on the site. Such is the nature of Clubhouse, it already in itself takes a long time to clear, so it's fair enough to go for something more anchor-centric on this site. So Friscal can now start to get the floor open, has to burn a flashbang to make sure no one's on the main stairs. 1 minute left to go for Ground Zero, and no hatches open yet for them.
Well, Ground Zero really need to get on their bike and start getting to work, because that time continues to tick down. Bliss are still sitting safely, essentially having done not very much in the last 2 minutes of the round. Still not many drones remaining for Ground Zero. They're going to be lacking on the info for this execute.
Ooh, yes, that's a good point, actually. There's only 40 seconds left. The late round info hasn't come in, and Wordables is only just starting to open up the hatches. So it's not looking too hot for Ground Zero, if you ask me. Even though they've been given so much free map space, there's only 30 seconds left, and they have to go for an execute soon.
Oh, this is going to come down to a chaotic end of round. Ground Zero, they still have that Ying. What is Tuhan able to accomplish? Funnels in through short. What can he achieve? He's going to take the fight with Oda, and Oda goes down. Ground Zero start planting that diffuser, but President has got to cover himself instead of plant that diffuser. Waitables, though, to help cover. Fisher goes down. Repix now on for the flank, up short. It's President and Waitables onto Repix to try and hold it in the post plant. The fragger from Bliss will attempt his best efforts to retake. He's going to start baiting it out, but he's got 2 players to worry about, and that is Wettables to close out a chaotic 25-second execute.
Oh wow, ground zero. It definitely didn't feel like they had the groundwork to get into that site. No hatches were open. They hadn't mounted their blue push yet, even though they were given the entire map for free. But a push through that cage wall that goes into the back of Arsenal, not reinforced by Team Bliss, meant they had an into the site, and Bliss, they hadn't accounted for that on their defense. They were holding all the main entryways. They did ground zero doing something unexpected to win out the rounds.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
I just had a look back. There were 12 seconds left on the round timer when the first kill went out. There were 2 minutes and 48 seconds of 5 versus 5 in that round. That is crazy. It just goes to show it only took 12 seconds for ground zero to actually get that diffuser planted once they hit go.
Yeah, ground zero, they definitely took their time, even though they had so much space for them. I'm really happy they made it work out. We actually don't see that kind of like pulse wall rush anymore, so it's quite exciting to see that happen again for ground zero. Bliss now electing to not repeat that site. They're actually bringing out Bandit, although Thatcher has been banned. I don't imagine that there'll be much tricking because there is the Maverick Cop, so not sure what the pick is for here. And Bliss, they'll start to amount of roam as well across horizontally onto the other side. Yeah, not really sure what the play is for Bliss here with the Bandit as opposed to something else. But one thing I do want to talk about actually is ground zero. They brought the Capital. This is something that we don't see that often, and it always makes me really excited because I love seeing the smokes and the exfoliation bolts to make a play. But Rapix finds the first pick.
Yeah, at least Bliss have that going for them, right? They've taken down the Ying, one of those X factors. But you make a great point. Wettables having that Capital, that's another X factor. And with Wamai banned out by Bliss, there's nothing that can catch those Capital firebolts.
I'm a big fan of Capital. We don't see it a lot, but I think it's quite exciting when it works.
I love it. Hard to play right though. You got to have a specific strategy and use for it. Looks like Shay was keen to go for an aggressive C4 through the Maverick holes, but falls back and President can open up the rest of this wall. Wettables goes down, and so much for Capital, so much for the Maverick as well. Bliss holding onto this site very nicely, but Frixel has actually made a flank on through bar, and he's on for this lurk, looking for the roaming player, and on the Nook no less. He may well find God Legion. He's going to get a chance in just a moment, but whiffs the shots. God Legion does not let up. He just sprints on back.
God Legion is absolutely out of there with the pistol out straight back into Master, not wanting to give away his life. Bliss now up 1 on the man count, and the wall's only just been opened up by ground zero as well. 1 minute 22 left, and honestly, not that much utility to clear rafters here. Oda, he's going to be an essential point of the rounds if they try to go for this clear, or maybe ground zero, is it time to pull out something more, something different, something surprising to catch Bliss off here?
A bomb has been located.
A slight advantage for Bliss does give ground zero something to play with. It's not the 3-on-5 they had before. Said, Rafters control is still firmly in Oda's grasp. And ground zero don't have a clear way of dealing with that just yet. I feel like this round may well hinge on Frixel onto this flank with the Nook. He does find a Repix.
Frixel finding one flank onto Rapix as well, leaves it in a 3 versus 3. 35 seconds left to go. President looking for a dry peek with the grenade, trying to clear out those common power positions, but Brando on the breach here. He may have to flood if he wants to go for anything. Diffuser is down at the bottom of red as well, so it seems like this will be a flood attack for ground zero. Only 22 seconds left to go in the round.
This is going to be a moment of desperation, but the timing is just perfect now for ground zero. They make it a 3v2. Fish Show Guy and God Legion to try and clutch as Brendo peeks on through from top red. He does not get the timing, not quite. Fish Show Guy has found one, just Brendo now against 2. And an excellent demonstration of how to hold on at a man deficit from Bliss. They win the round in the 2-on-3.
Ground zero feeling like just taking so much time on that wall. They spent a long time being delayed out by the smokes. They couldn't get the breach open. Oda finding a free pick onto the garage player as well. And yeah, Frisco unfortunately not amounting much with that roam. Oh gosh, God Legion was just too fast for him on the Jaeger. So yeah, Bliss not giving their life away, able to win out that round. Ground zero, I feel like the story that we've been talking about them is that they're very passive. they've been taking a lot of time in every single matchup that we've seen them do. They don't look confident in their takes, and even though Bliss have actually given them so much room, a lot of opportunity to get these micro steps going, they just look so scared to do it.
And while we had a lot of hype for Ground Zero back when they were Fury and promoted into OCN from being back-to-back stage champions in OCL, the roster had quite a few changes since then, right? Like, it's Brendo, Tuhan, and Prez that played in that promotion roster. Frixel is, funnily enough, actually, I think this is one of his first games playing for Ground Zero. He's replacing Noveix. Now, the admin team tells me that Ground Zero have stated that he is at least replacing Noveix or permanently core for this stage. And it sounds like Ground Zero haven't exactly determined what their roster will look like moving forward, but perhaps that's an answer for why some of these rounds are looking very, very slow.
Ground Zero, it's really tough for them in this transfer period phase, right? Because they have players that have qualified into OCN, all the OCN teams that are looking to make changes will look straight towards Ground Zero to try and give these players an opportunity onto their team, right? So they went through a very tough transfer period. Out of all the teams in OCN that we've seen, this has definitely been the toughest one. So they've had to make a lot of changes. They've hard fought through OCN, managing to find a few wins. So honestly, I'm pretty impressed by what they've been able to do so far. Ground Zero now starting their attack onto Gym and Bedroom. Tuhan the first in the building while President gets open the CCTV breach. Looks like they're going to sweep across the map.
Indeed does, and it looks like God Legion's got this really nice single unreinforced wall with some murder holes to which he can conduct some nefarious business. He also has the Prisma there to discourage any aggressive pre-firing from the attackers. I quite like this setup, but it does rely on God Legion being sharp.
Oh, here we go, and God Legion may be in the first engagement, but narrowly misses out and is able to fall back into Con. No one playing on the balcony to cut him off. Oda will also look to fall back along with his teammates, so that is both Bliss players having wasted about half of the rounds. No picks here for Ground Zero, but some space taken for them.
To be fair, that's not a bad play from Bliss. They have wasted a lot of time, and they get back with safety. They've also managed to waste a lot of Ground Zero's utility. My question now for GZ, have they actually got a Jacuzzi breach? Have they actually got an inroad onto the bomb site? Because by the time they get to construction, there you go, completely reinforced. By the time they get to construction, they're going to find a mirror window. By the time they open Jacuzzi, they'll find another.
Well, that's the thing about Clubhouse, right? Is the Jacuzzi breach, that's the secondary part. That's your mid-round type thing. Typically, getting into construction is actually quite hard. It's quite heavily contested. You do want a few more bodies there to play those refrags if it does get a little bit scrappy. So Ground Zero now realizing, okay, we've got the control we need on this side. We just need to worry about Refix going for a flank. And now we see Brendo on the other side already starting to put pressure on that balcony. But Shady finds kill, Oda to double down, and Fisher Guy to find the third. 2 versus 4 now. Tuhan can trade, but Oda, he gets one back as well. Trades upon trades, leaving Brendo in a 1 versus 4 with only 20 seconds left to go, and Refix to find the final kill of the round. What on earth happened there for Ground Zero?
You can take a breath now, Mandy. Oh my god, what happened there? 6 kills in about 10 seconds. That really absolutely fell apart for Bliss. And I have one question. How is the play-by-play, Mandy? Do you want to switch roles? Can I go color casting now? You want to take on the play-by-play?
Do you want to switch roles? We're on...
I think you've got it in you. I heard you start getting going just then. You've got what it takes, man.
The inner Dev Marta growl. I don't think that one can come out quite yet. But yeah, that was quite exciting. Yeah, for Ground Zero, I just feel like they spent so much time, again, same story, passive, not confident. Even though Bliss, they fell off early, they didn't identify that quick enough. So again, being too slow on this push for Ground Zero, even though they've been given the respect from their opponents. So Bliss playing pretty good Clubhouse right now.
Love that for them. Of course, there is the asterisk that Bliss are on the defense, and that was the side that they chose to start on. So you'd think that Bliss do have the advantage right now. Ground Zero, they can't be happy with 1 round on the half, 2 rounds on the half. I think 3 is what they'd be aiming for right now, and then to lock it out on the defense. We talked about a large part of the win condition for Ground Zero was confidence. They have to have confidence, like they did when they 7-2'd Nami on this map. Do they have that same confidence now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, Ground Zero down 1. It still seems like they're not playing as confidently and as quickly as you should be on Clubhouse with the amount of respect that they've been given. Repic's now looking for an early roam as well. Ground Zero, we need something to answer for it. They have good gunners on this team. They have good fraggers. It's time to get them in, try and take these engagements early, not allowing Bliss to fall off and have I suppose so much space to run back to safety to all their teammates. Ground Zero now starting their entry physical, jumping into Garage straight away, but met by no one from Team Bliss. They've already fallen back.
This bar stage defense is still developing in terms of the common meta. It seems to be that most teams like to take stock control, hard breach the stock wall, take control of construction above, and then execute onto stage. But who knows? Every time we see this site come out, I'm thinking, oh, are we going to see something a little bit different? Are we going to see a new evolution in the meta? At the moment, I think Bliss are just looking to play it safe, play it on meta. They've got some yokais for late round plant denial. They'll start feeling some pressure when Ground Zero breach this stock wall.
For the take that Ground Zero are trying to do, I don't mind their progress so far. They've got the necessary control. It seems like they're just going to go for a linear take here. Let's not clear out the whole top floor, but make sure the defenders can't get into construction and play that hatch and deny President from going for that plant, right? So far, Ground Zero doing some good work here. Just need to make sure that they do have players posted upstairs. They can drone out the site now. Try and look for some of those yokai drones. We just did see one on top of the bar pillar there as well, so they're going to have to be careful of that. It might mean having to go for this execute a little earlier into the round in order to give some redundancy and a reattempt for that plant.
The concern here for Ground Zero is a lack of information. You look at those drones in the top left-hand corner, just 3 drones left. In that Ground Zero, in the 5 versus 5, will be at the disadvantage. They need to start locating some of these Bliss players, eliminating those yokai drones, eliminating the positions. Not to mention, there are 3 bulletproof cameras that Bliss have. Ground Zero, they look just about ready to execute, but it ain't gonna be easy.
Oh wow, and Shade finding the first kill as well. 30 seconds left of the round, and Shade actually rotating back down to the basement to start playing those yokais. President, he will look for the plant. Shade, are you on the yokai? Oh yes, he is, and is in fact denied from the hatch. Ground Zero, where are your players on the top floor? God Legion to find 2, Repix to find another onto Physical, and Oda to clean up the round for Team Bliss. A perfect anchor hold for Team Bliss there. Wow, the yokais just worked in their favor so well.
Everything panned out exactly according to plan for Team Bliss. Ground Zero, like a little lamb, fed to the slaughter. They walked straight into the spider's web, into that trap, and Bliss, never broke a sweat. Even when Ground Zero started attempting that plan, like you said, caught on the yokai drones. Shade didn't even have to, yeah, caught in 4K, it's my favorite line. He didn't even have to use the yokai to deny the plan because they've got a player upstairs in con. So, I mean, Ground Zero just failed to address the core components of that execute, which is clearing out utility, particularly plant-style utility, and making sure that you have construction control when you go for the execute to deny anyone shooting your planter from that hatch.
And to give Bliss some credit there as well, it is tough retaking that top floor. We did see Ground Zero, they did get that breach open to go into construction, but Oda and I think it was whoever was playing the alibi just too sharp on that top floor to retake. So Bliss, good credit to them. They knew what the condition was for them to win that defense round, and yes, so well played. Now we see them go down to the basement of Church and Arsenal. Looks like a very extended roam here for Team Bliss.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
This basement site is where Ground Zero started their victory on this map. In fact, their only victory so far. Bliss have since run 3 rounds in a row and are starting to run away with the map. Remember, Ground Zero, though, had a very nice execute in through, you were calling it pulse wall? I used to call it ash wall.
Oh, I
because
feel like
back in the
ash
day,
wall does make more sense, actually, because
Yeah.
people would ash charge it from the floor above. Hey,
Yeah.
okay, that does make more sense.
the old order roster have literally for years. Oh wait, is it a rush?
I think this is a rush, but 2 players go down. Fisher Guy, just 2. Where even is Fisher Guy? I don't think that was
he
from
upstairs?
the site.
Oh my God.
No, that's what happens when you don't address the roam, Ground Zero. You can't cut corners like that when there is such a heavy presence from Team Bliss upstairs.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Wow, I mean, you don't every day get to see a rush attempt by Selmering the kitchen hatch. And I think even rarer is it that you get to see a player, particularly a mute player upstairs in logistics, killing 2 players with a shotgun.
Yeah, Ground Zero not able to address the roam there, and President, he does find a nade kill onto the only anchor in the site, I believe. God Legion, he does have to rotate back onto the site. He is trying to deny the entry from Dirt, but is traded by Brando. 3 versus 3 now. This is winnable unless Fisher Guy does that, supported by Oda as well. Now Brando in the 1 versus 3. I immediately bite my words. Oh no, Ground Zero.
I mean, just look at that from Fisher Guy. He's sitting back sipping pina coladas up in logistic office. He's got Oda to watch his flank, and he's got eyes on the diffuser.
Oh dear, Ground Zero. They've tried to surprise us once again, but they didn't surprise Team Bliss. Team Bliss, they were ready for it that time, and Brando now left in an impossible 1 versus 3. Kid is cold on the ground, and Oda definitely has his number. Brando being taken down now, and Team Bliss to close out yet another round.
Wow, it makes you wonder, like, what would that round have gone like if Fishergo was not above Kitchen looking through those holes in the floor? Would that have actually worked? Because to be fair, you can understand why Ground Zero wanted to go for this rush. There's like no one on site. And then that shotgun comes through and these 2 poor players meet their maker.
Well, I gotta say, in that replay just then, we did see on the top down, Shade was ready for that. He was just right underneath the hatch, so he was ready for that rush as well. That is the job of the anchor. You need to babysit the site if the rest of your teammates are going for a roam. Ground Zero now deciding to take their tactical timeout, which is honestly, yeah, that's fair enough at this point in the round.
You don't blame them. Look at those beautiful faces. Unfortunately, no cams for Tuhan, Brendo, and Frixel. Gotta say, I like the hoodie that Frixel's got. I like the asymmetry.
Oh
sleeves.
yes, big fan of that.
Yeah, big fan. We were talking fashion yesterday, weren't we? You're a bit of a fashionista, aren't you?
I'm definitely not a fashionista. The rest of my family is much more into it than I am, so.
Oh, well. Let's see if Ground Zero can have a couple more fashionable rounds here, because it's been 4 in a row for Bliss, and GZ are absolutely been shown up. They have a dream of overtaking Bliss into 5th place and saving themselves from the danger of relegation. Let's not forget, Mandy, because I sometimes find myself forgetting, every stage of OCN, you have a opportunity, or rather the danger, of demoting into Oceanic Challenger League. An OCL team could take your spot. If you end the stage in last place in OCN, you will have to fight the #1 OCL team for your spot. Ground Zero are still in danger of that.
I'm actually going to flip the conversation a little bit and talk about this for Team Bliss, because the way that OCN works going into APAC South is that the top 2 teams without holding a current South position will get a chance to go into South, right? So right now in 1 is Knights, and then Odium will get that 2nd place. But Wildcard, Chiefs, they're already actually in South. So doesn't this position then go to Bliss to have a chance to compete for that spot? So Bliss, they don't want to afford to lose any games, just like Ground Zero are trying to avoid relos, right? So 2 different stories here for these teams, but again, 2 different leagues that they're competing to be in. So just showing the difference in experience and the difference in goal and mindset between these 2 teams so far.
And I'll do you one more than that. You point out that the top 2 teams from OCN that are not in South will get a chance to promote to South. Right now, that is, yes, Odium and Bliss. But if Ground Zero win this game, then Ground Zero jump above Bliss. And could you imagine not having Bliss in the Apex South Relos? Obviously, this is a long way off because it's a whole year that you play in OCN before we get those relegations for Apex South. But it would be a hell of a statement for Ground Zero to take that away from Bliss.
That would be absolutely Bliss. They have to be consistent throughout the year, but that does mean not dropping games like this to teams like Ground Zero that are near into the league. These are the kinds of wins that you want. Ground Zero now, they'll have to attack this top floor bomb site of CCTV and Cash with a very odd mirror placement on the breach. Seems to be stunting them a little bit, but Ground Zero looking to clear some of that utility from below.
Slow round for Ground Zero once again, and when we're not seeing at all what we saw from the first round, which is conviction.
Is he going to trick it? Oh.
I mean, what's that going to do against Maverick?
Oh, damn.
Oh, he's going to C4 it. Could this work?
I mean, I was thinking he was gonna like open the mirror and kill the Maverick. Sorry, my brain is not working. I was like, trick it? Oh no, that's not the word to use when there's a mirror on the wall. Okay, there we go. President is starting to get the wall open, but only 1 minute left to go. And Tuhan, he does find the first pick though onto the garage place. So that is Rafters given to Ground Zero.
Not a bad start now for Ground Zero, but historically, this whole game long, they have been slow, and they continue to be very, very slow. We're going to have to see an explosive end round, and it starts with taking control of Rafters here. Ground Zero have President with the diffuser. He's the player to watch in the end round. And he is not in a position to plant yet. He's not going to go to Rafters. He's going to have to vault through this breach.
President having to vault through the breach. 20 seconds is not enough time to rotate out, and still 4 Bliss players alive, particularly Fisher Guy with 3 more gas babes here on the breach as well, really stunting Ground Zero. They have to run through into the default plant. President has now also been smoked out of the default plant, has to go for an off plant. Shade, I think he knows where he is. He finds it through the feet in the ground. 3 seconds left to go, and the diffuser is cold on the ground. Team Bliss able to deny the entry into the site and win out yet another round.
Wow, what an end round with how many players left alive in the server. Shade knew exactly the bare minimum he needed to do to achieve the result, and that was deny the plan. And the creativity to go prone so that he could have that tiny angle to shoot the feet of President underneath that desk. Wow, Bliss have absolutely trounced Ground Zero in this game so far. A 5-1 defensive half leaves Ground Zero with far more questions than answers.
Yeah, and to give a little bit of credit to Fisher Guy as well, he could have stopped at just smoking the breach and trying to deny the in, but he must have seen, oh no, I've just seen the player walk through my smoke. I need to deny the default plant as well. That's a second smoke grenade that goes out to the default plant. He doesn't freak out, he keeps his composure and is able to flush out yet another plant attempt from Ground Zero. So just so well played from Team Bliss to keep their composure. And like you said, yeah, that was an excellent kill from Shade, knowing that they had to plant in an odd position. So Ground Zero now going onto their defense half, and they will start down in the basement.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Looks like they're going to go for a very heavy roam here. We've got almost your iconic SSG roam. Back in, I can't believe it was 2 years ago that we started calling it the SSG roam. Back when SSG was the... Am I doing my maths right? It was over 2 years ago now, right? Because that was 2020 Six Invitational when Space Station won the Six Invitational by pioneering this Mutant Mozzie roam on Clubhouse. And Ground Zero are saying, look, it might be old, but it ain't broke. Let's give it a crack here. They've got lots of information as well, thanks to those Valkyrie cameras. So I'm keen to see whether they can make this work and break the 5-round streak that Bliss have managed.
So Team Bliss seem pretty keyed in that this is a roam, so they have started to open up that top floor, already putting pressure into CCTV. That breach has been open, and Shade also putting pressure into logistics. But Wettables, he does find the first pick onto Repix inside of Bar. Oh, maybe he was going for a cutoff from Strip Club.
Well, it's a very big pick for Ground Zero because that is the roam hunter of Jackal to go down. That said, okay, now 2 picks for Bliss. They don't need the Jackal to take down these roamers. They've just found 2 of them, Tuhan and Berendo, gone down. Wettables now has to make a decision, but it's Frixel in the spotlight, taking down Shade, making this a 3-on-3, evening that man count and forcing Bliss to continue to clear these roamers.
Bliss now stuck in the top floor, having to send in some drones to make sure that the Ground Zero players have indeed fallen back, and that is the case. All 3 Ground Zero players now back on the site. So once they realize that, Bliss, they can start getting into the building and opening up these walls. 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go for them, and still Fisher Guy and Oda on the board. So still options here for Team Bliss. They don't need to rush anything, but God, Legion, he's already stuck his way up into blue.
Look at God. So cheeky. So sneaky. Slowly moving up. Oh my God, Frixel gets a bit of a concussion there from the breaching charge. If Frixel slow peeks this, God Legion might be able to get him. The crosshair flicks white for a second as God saw Frixel, but he has the restraint not to peek. He bides his time, takes down the player, and another camera along with it. The potential now for God Legion to open the round for Bliss.
Attackers have located
God
a bomb.
Legion and Oda now doubling up in blue. 40 seconds left to go, but Werdables does find a pick back for Ground Zero. Fisher Guy looking to get into the action as well with the diffuser. Will take an engagement onto President in just a moment, who's been loitering around the bomb. He doesn't see him. He sees the head. Werdables takes a chunk of damage, and one trade goes between each of these teams. Fisher Guy now left in the 1 versus 1. 20 seconds left to go. Werdables with very, very little health and a dream to win this round for Ground Zero. Grenade goes out to clear the bar, but doesn't connect. Fisher Guy, he's planted behind the non-destructible bomb, and he does find the final pick for Team Bliss, winning out this attack. Oh my gosh, wow, that was just so well played in the 3 versus 3, particularly from God Legion.
Oh, absolutely nailed it from Bliss, and that's match point along with it. Not gonna lie, these guys look like they're sleeping. They don't look riled up at all. They're like, another day in the office. 6-1. There's God Legion having a laugh, saying, I cannot believe they let me just push up blue like that. And Bliss now on the verge of taking this map. One more round. We have a technical rehost or pause. We figure out some technical issue. But, well, one thing's for certain is that Ground Zero are not looking like they will be able to overtake Bliss and steal 5th place.
Yeah, I just feel like Team Bliss have got a big hold onto this game. Ground Zero, they look rattled. I mean, they don't look confident in their attacks in particular, but even on this defense, they actually had a pretty good roam coming out from them. Some of them overstayed their welcome, but others realized, okay, we are down numbers. Let's stay a little bit longer and try and trade out some of these picks back again. But Bliss, calm, collected in the 3-on-3, and God Legion able to open up the rounds at the end there for Bliss, and just, yeah, so well played from them. For Ground Zero, I mean, this has just been such a tough game for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. But for Bliss now, they have a massive opportunity before them. They've guaranteed 1 point on the standings thanks to confirming at minimum overtime loss. But if they win this next round or any of the next 5 rounds and lock in the 3-pointer, they will actually overtake Chiefs and rocket up into 4th place on the standings with a little bit of a leeway, a 2-point gap behind them as well. A huge boon and a huge opportunity for Bliss, particularly because Chiefs failed to win their match earlier today against Wildcard. This is a big shot for Bliss, who are trying to make their name as not just a team worthy of guaranteeing an APAC South spot, but one of the best in OS. That's the mantle that they are looking to pursue.
Yeah, absolutely. Bliss, they've got a lot to prove to us, unfortunately losing out on the last relegation series. So, yeah, they have to show up here in this OCN competition, right? They have to prove they are meant to be here. And not only just here, but at an international stage and a regional stage as well. So, yeah, hopefully we can show this in this last round. Now, 5 rounds up for Team Bliss is just unreal how much progress they've made so far. Oda and God Legion now starting to work on the wall. Maverick should come nice and easy. Doesn't look like any of the Ground Zero players that are contest.
Nice and simple now for Bliss as they start to do the Maverick trick on the CCTV wall. Looks like Ground Zero are sitting patiently, not overextending. Quite like that Werdables is playing the Arudi here on Rafters. That DMR is fiercely underrated.
And this breach will be opened fairly easily here for Team Bliss. God Legion now posted up on it, making sure that Ground Zero players aren't going for any cheeky swings out on the breach. Now Team Bliss, they have to reconvene their players, decide what kind of push they're going to go for. Are they going to try and clear this Rafters, or will they rotate their players over into construction and start doing a push from the back instead? Seems like they're going to go for Rafters by the positionings of their players here. Oda with a set of grenades, as well as actually Repix going for a lurk through bar, so we'll keep an eye on him in the mid-round. Oop, I think they know there's a player in the mini stairs.
Surely Repix can get him. He's just wondering
Repix.
whether he's got the timing. It doesn't matter. I mean, the combination of these Bliss players put their heads together. Managed to take down Tuhan without a lick of damage to any player involved on their side. Bliss now with the vertical game. I mean, this is just looking so phenomenal for them, isn't it? They have just about everything that they need. pick apart this Ground Zero defense.
It's looking pretty good for Bliss, although it's not entirely clear what push they're going to go for yet. One pick up for them with plenty of control gives them lots of options for this round. Shade has just taken a little bit of damage through the vertical, and it seems like, yes, they will be going for those rafters control. Now getting a line of sight and an entry hole open through Lounge. So Shade, he has these flashbangs. He's ready to burn them out. And Wettables, he's about to be in a world of pain. Two flashbangs go up, full white, and a grenade to follow. And perfect textbook from Team Bliss. Oh, Wettables absolutely in a world of pain. What a struggle there for poor Ground Zero.
Yeah, and there's just no time left, is there, Mandy, though? So Ground Zero might have a shot here if Bliss can't get that diffuser planted.
Yeah, 15 seconds left to go. How the round has flown by, and Team Bliss starting to plot the site. Friskel does find one with Repix to trade, and Repix comes up the red stairs. We'll find the final pick for Team Bliss, 7-1. What a phenomenal game from Team Bliss.
Dominating scoreline for the boys in pink. They serve Ground Zero a serious lesson, and it's just another day in the office. 7-1. What a dominating scoreline. They go up into 4th place on the OCN standings.
Yeah, well, that was just such a showing from Team Bliss, showing why they are here, why they are above the rest, and they should deserve that spot in the relegation series for APAC South. They'll be fighting throughout this year to keep this consistency, and just, yeah, I'm just so proud of them. That was a really great match.
Yeah, phenomenal showing. Really excited to see Bliss back on their feet, back feeling their stride, because it has been a rough one. For Ground Zero, though, Mandy, that's a pretty gutting loss.
That's really tough for Ground Zero. It just doesn't feel like they've quite improved on the mistakes that they've made throughout the year. I mean, this entire stage, they look unconfident. They look like they've been a bit slow. They haven't really gone through the adversities yet, and particularly that transfer period must have been so hard for them. I really hope that in the next stage, they can find their footing. They can use all these VODs and take it and learn something from them.
Well, we'll have a chat with Team Bliss and an interview after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
Thank for OCN.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Thank for OCN.
Well, that game got a little bit sweaty. Bliss served Ground Zero a serious lesson. 7-1. And Vast, I think that means you are continuing to be flawless on the predictions tonight.
Yes, what is new, as always. Just killing it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I predicted it to be a pretty close game. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious that Bliss were going to win, but, you know, today they just kind of came out guns blazing. I think that you know, it was a night and day difference with just how they played. They were a lot more calmer. And I don't know, they just had a really good read on Ground Zero today. It just seemed like everything Ground Zero was trying to do, all these crazy, weird plays, they just kind of anticipated it and punished it.
A 5-1 defense for Bliss, followed by 2 flawless attacks, which is 7 rounds in a row. Turt, how are Bliss so dominant?
I honestly think it was like Ground Zero, they just didn't have the confidence that they had in OCL, but also Bliss, they've sort of found their stride now. They just played simple siege, they just let Ground Zero sort of just walk into them. They were just ready for them, let them walk into their line of sight, just farm them. There's not really much to a simple siege, and Bliss just played it a lot better.
So now Bliss have overtaken the Knights in 4th place on the standings. Vast, do we think they can stay there going into the final Playday? What do we realistically think out of Bliss? We haven't really seen enough from them this stage to say that they can compete with the APAC South teams, but what's it going to take for them to get that merit?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. We haven't really seen that conviction from them. You know, sure, it's an impressive win today, but it is Ground Zero. It's not, you know, the APAC South teams. And kind of, we're used to seeing them be able to beat those teams and keep up with them. At this stage, you know, they've struggled with it. I think what it takes is next week's performance. I believe they have Wildcard next week, which is a really huge game, important game for them. And I'm sure we're going to, you know, get a bit of insight from Oda about that. But yeah, a lot of things could really go their way if they win next week and a few other results. We could even see Bliss get in 2nd place, I believe, which would be absolutely insane because watching all their games this season, I mean, I feel like they don't really deserve 2nd place, but, you know.
Say it to his face, mate. Let's get Oda in here. You can say it to his face.
I'll say you don't deserve it.
Vast, the floor is yours, mate. Hey, Oda.
What's up with that, Vast, mate? What's the go?
Oda, yeah, I just don't feel like you guys deserve 2nd place.
Oda, mate, after, on the back of 7 rounds in a row, a 7-1 victory, how you feeling?
It feels good to have another dominant performance. Like, we haven't had one this year, so just like, you know, it feels a bit like last year. We kind of changed up our playstyle a little bit, and just how we went this week, and seen a bit of old Bliss tonight.
Yeah, I'm not going to roast you like Vasters, but like I kind of want to dive deeper into that. Like, we all know you have very individual, like really skilled individual players on the team, but like what sort of changed over the past few game days to sort of bring you guys together more as a team?
Well, in scrims this last week, we've been working on more like teamwork, playing more around each other, and then even just switch up the playstyle a bit. I feel like we're playing too structured, too predictable. So we started getting, you know, a bit more fluid and making, having initiative really. And, you know, everyone's having confidence of what we worked on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to scare you guys, but you do have Wildcard next week, and, you know, they're looking quite impressive. I don't know if you saw the Chiefs game, but they're, you know, they're looking a bit scary, Oda. And there's a lot of pressure, a lot of weight behind that game. How confident are you guys feeling?
I feel confident against Wildcard. I feel like they have, like, don't get me wrong, they have a strong player, strong team, but, you know, it's not a team I'm scared to verse or scared to lose to. You know, I'm always confident going against them. And Chiefs only lost because they're on 160 ping, right, guys?
Yeah.
Go in, Oda. Look, you've already stolen the mic quite a bit, but I'll give it to you one last time. Anything you want to say, you know the drill.
Just shout out to Bliss, shout out to the boys, shout out Aussie Princess, Mons, KT, and yeah, just thanks for the cast, boys.
Always a pleasure, Oda. Now go and rest up because you better deliver on all this smack talk in your game next week. We are going to a break. On the other side, we will see the 1st place team in the league play the last place team. It is Knights versus Anami. On the other side of this.
Crenshaw summer. I want it so bad, I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. We're stalling. It's 1993. Just call me. Leave a message at the beep. I was all in. Carved our names into a tree, but we're falling in and out of reach. I want it so bad, I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all on the sum of our parts. But my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just this?
What a double! What is going on here?
Big there from Wade. The Banks though, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times.
Champions, you never count them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given Wildcard and Bliss should be an interesting matchup on the last Playday. They have both just come out and 7-2'd, 7-1 their respective opponents, which means that it all comes down to that for both of those teams, in fact. Wildcard still holding a little bit out in front, but we now turn our attention to the final game of the night. Knights taking on Onami, and I don't mean to be that guy, but Vast, I feel like it's going to be a pretty similar scoreline to the last two matches.
Yes, I think everyone's kind of feeling that, right? I mean, you know, Knights, they're on 12 points, Onami are on 1 point. I don't think it's unfair to make that claim. This is a really important game. Like, I think Knights, if they win this tonight, if I can do math correctly, that they will lock in their first place. I don't believe anyone can catch up to them. So really, this is just a game that you just cannot afford to lose. You know, sure, Knights are in the same situation as Chiefs. They do have playoffs, but I don't really think that's an excuse to kind of lose games like this. You know, you can still win by doing your defaults. Just do them right. Make sure everyone's, you know, communicating properly, working together, you know, adapting really well, and you still can, you know, get a dominant performance tonight.
Well, here's a small little correction for you. If they do win tonight, they go to 15 points, which is only 2 in front of Wildcard. So technically, if they were to lose their last game against Vertex, and Wildcard were to win against Bliss in regulation, there is a possibility that someone could jump them. But honestly, at this point, Turtle, Knights just look too good. Like, this is probably the best Knights have looked since Stage 2 of last year, obviously.
Yeah, honestly, like when the season started, they did start out really slow. Their new players, Quiz, and just started out really slow. He wasn't really finding his stride. But now the season's progressed a bit. He's finding his own confidence. He's finding his stride, and he's really shining now. Combine that with Shazion, Joss, and then you got Juicy and Stegs in the background supporting them. That's an insane roster, and it's showing.
It's a very scary roster, and when they start to hit their stride, I think that we'll start to see some pretty incredible things. We're still yet to see them play in the APAC playoffs, so who knows what they have up their sleeve. They are taking on Onami, which I think really, if we were looking at this one, it's top of the table versus bottom of the table. Turtle, I'll go back to you here. How have you felt like Onami have tracked? They've only got 1 point. I mean, we expected maybe a little bit more from them.
I'm gonna be honest, like they were dealt a pretty bad hand. They lost most of their roster from last year, and they were forced to rebuild. They brought up a bunch of CL players that never have really played at this level, and there's no experienced veteran leader on this roster, so they're all sort of figuring it out as they go right now. So they're not really in the best hands. We may have expected them to get a few wins on the table. Certainly no wins, maybe beat like Ground Zero, Vertex, but right now they're just really struggling.
Vast, do you think that it's even viable? Do you think that anything, like even a point at this point, will be achievable?
I'll be honest, the only way Onami get anything tonight is if they do a stupid veto and get Knights to just, I don't know, theme park or something, and they, I don't know, just run out and fly out of the building. I think that's the only way they get a point. And I hate saying that, I don't know, it feels really bad. I feel like I'm kicking them while they're down, because I don't know if anyone remembers when, you know, Ghoul was on rhythm, I kind of did that as well when he was on rhythm, and, you know, I don't think he really liked that. So it just feels like, I don't know, I'm kind of just keep kicking Ghoul while he's down.
You no matter where he goes, you really do just want to kick down, don't you? You're just that bloke. I believe we do have the vetoes ready, so we can see whether we will be heading toward like a theme park, or maybe a skyscraper. It's going to be Villa. I personally, oh my god, Oregon and Villa left as the decider. I feel like that's Knights every day of the week. Maybe I'm looking too much into that, but I feel like that's going to be a tick mark for Knights here, Turtle.
I don't even know how to talk about this veto. Like, I feel like Oregon and Villa are your first two bans if you're, you know, if you're Onami. But, like, they've left them up to last, and Knights just got to choose between them. Like, that's... I'm confused at what's going on here, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at this, trying to figure out where do we even go with the conversation. I mean, Vast, if Oregon and Villa slip in, surely Onami have to be ready for this.
I think that's the approach they're going for, right? They're going to, you know, week and a half, they've probably VOD these two maps. Like some of the other teams we've heard from today, they've probably been able to work out what they're most likely going to, and they've probably VODed, and they probably have a game plan how to counter Knights, but I just don't know if that's enough, if it's enough time, because Onami are in this situation where they're just fundamentals. Everything's just really lacking in this team. And yeah, I don't think that should be their kind of primary focus right now.
How do we even see this one getting over the edge? I mean, I don't want to be all doom and gloom here, Turtle, but, you know, Villa, I feel like is just, that is a really difficult map to take Knights to, especially when you are the underdogs in the storyline.
100%. That Villa is traditionally Knights' stomping ground, and they've proven time and time again, even when they're up against a team that is considered better than them, they will beat them on Villa. And now they're up against Onami, a team with 0 wins. It's a bit of a risk that Onami have taken, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they need to win this game, otherwise they're locked into relegations.
Correct. 3 points here. I think anything less than 3 points, let me just very quickly, I'm about to do something that I tell everyone never to do. Yeah, no, you absolutely have to take away 3 points because they did lose to Vertex on the first Playday. So, yeah, nothing short of a regulation win here will actually support them in missing out from relegation. This is a huge game, and Villa, I mean, Vast, maybe they're just ready for relegations already. They just want to get it over and done with.
Yeah, they might be hiding some strats there, Rob, for relegations.
on 160 ping, or what do we do? By the way, can I just say that is going to be the funniest comment that I've heard in a very long time. I don't mind that from Oda. I do not mind that one bit. Yeah, I don't really know where to take the conversation here, because generally, like, it's quite a complex topic. When we look at a map, you know, maybe it's like Bank, and we can open that discussion up. Maybe Knights don't play it a hell of a lot. But just something like Villa, I really don't know whether Onami are going to have enough in the tank, Vast, to get this one over the edge. Do you think they've got to be more aggressive than what they would usually be?
Yeah, I mean, in order to kind of get a win today, like, to keep up with that much aggression consistently, like I can only think what could they possibly try to throw at Knights that Knights haven't seen before. This is a map they play. It's their bread and butter. They're going to have seen everything. So what do you do when you're in their position? I mean, is there anything you can ban that can counter them from watching? They play very default. There's nothing that they really crutch on. So I really just don't see how they can actually counter Knights. But obviously they're the players. They're going to have. I'm sure they'll have a game plan. They're definitely not going into this game with just absolutely nothing. I hope so. I really hope so.
We hope not. We truly do hope not. Turtle, I mean, I pose you the same question here. Like, what are you looking at from Onami? Like, what are we looking at to kickstart this map?
If I'm being Onami, I'm throwing something out there wild. Maybe like bringing a Ying, something like along those lines. Just bring something to really annoy Knights, throw them off a little bit, make them change up their lineups. Maybe bring a Warden to counter it more, or Mayan Jaeger. But if I'm Onami, like, I gotta be winning those entry engagements. Like, that's the key to this. Like, not letting Knights hold that ground for all this time and just pull back, and then they have nothing to do. So if I'm Onami, win those entries, have a clear mid-round goal, and just have to do the basics. Get walls open, clear shields. That's the goal there.
Now, I'm just having a look. We do have a little bit of time because, unfortunately, there are some delays, so we can probably turn this... Again, I like to turn it into a mini podcast here. And I don't want to talk too much about the Knights because I feel like we're always, we always get to talk about the Knights, whereas Onami, they're kind of, they're lost in the sauce a bit of OCN. It's really hard to make comment on a team that's only got 1 point, which is, just for those of you that don't know, an overtime loss. So they've lost every game that they have played so far. And with only 2 play days left, it's not looking all that great. I don't know if either of you keep an eye on OCL, but at the moment, Kraken Esports are currently sitting out on top, like 5-0. So I would imagine that's who they're going to be playing. Do you think that Onami are actually going to be able to stand the test against Kraken? I feel like where they're at right now, Vast, I don't want to call it early, but I do feel like a team up and coming like Kraken might well just leapfrog them.
Yeah, I haven't necessarily kept up with every OCL game, but I have tried to keep up with the results, and I have seen Kraken have been on a bit of a tear, kind of dominating OCL. But from what I've seen from them, they're actually playing like pretty proper Siege. And I mean, it is early to say that because, we said that about Fury and some other teams, and then look how it's kind of turned out for them. Yeah. But I think looking at Onami versus Kraken are playing better Siege. Onami, just from what I've seen, there's a lot of fundamental issues just lacking with the team. And I think what can revive it is, as Turtle was saying, just some leadership, I think. Maybe in a support staff, or, I don't want to say necessarily a player, but that, might be the reality that they have to face if they really want to kind of revive, their future.
Turtle, I think you've got the makings to be a good coach. Maybe you could go and help Onami?
I'm kind of liking this analyst desk gig. Might stick around for a bit.
Look, to be honest, when I do look at the performance that Kraken's putting in OCL, in 5 games, they have only lost 11 rounds, which that is a massively damning fact. And the thing is, I can be completely transparent. I haven't kept my eye on the actual scene of OCL closely enough to attest to what kind of talent there is down there. But regardless of how good the other teams are, whether they're shocking or not, 11 rounds in 5 maps is actually an insane record. So I think that, yeah, all signs are pointing to Onami struggling through this. And then we can talk about Knights a little bit here and just give some context for the viewers. But Turtle, would you say that there is a potential for Knights to kind of overtake Chiefs' storyline from 2021? Do you think that is where this is kind of headed?
I think, yeah, Knights have found their footing a lot earlier than Chiefs currently. Yes, Chiefs had a better Apex South season, but it was still very close between them and Knights. So I think Knights found their footing a bit earlier. Coming into Stage 2 this year, if Chiefs don't really pick up their game, Knights could be sort of setting up that storyline they Chiefs had last year, where they're unbeaten and a sort of dominant team in OCE.
I think that really, if we are looking at this, Vast, the track record that we've seen from all of these teams, I think maybe we are a bit harsh on the Chiefs at the moment, considering they had the 2 roster changes, but also I think that the roster changes warrant a bit of criticism in terms of where they were to where they are now. Knights, however, stage 3 of last year, they were last place in APAC South. Can't remember where they were. I'll go back and have a look in a little bit. Stage 3 of last year for OCN, but I do know that it did feel like there was a little bit of a downward trajectory. However, things are looking much, much better now. Would you agree with the sentiment? Knights are kind of almost taking over, or do you really think it's just going to be a matter of stage 2 once teams have actually gotten used to all of these roster changes?
I would say it's stage 2. I think Knights have definitely caught up heaps with Chiefs. They're definitely on kind of even grounds with them now, whereas in the past, we definitely had a really good read on Knights. It just felt like every time we played them, we were just like really confident, and just we always kind of anticipated how they were going to play. But yeah, I would agree that like stage 3 kind of warranted more of a change from Knights. It seems like, I don't know what exactly they were lacking. It was kind of hard to see in their games because Dino and Haywood were good players and they still played really well with them. But for whatever reason, they just felt that they wanted to do changes. Maybe just seems like the way the meta has kind of shifted has kind of forced a few teams to do changes as well. We're seeing a lot more aggressive kind of meta. Seems like Knights, Wildcard, and Chiefs have all picked up players to kind of, develop around that meta.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of cool to see where it is going and the fact that there is, I think, so much fresh blood. Now, for those of you that are wondering why we're still sitting here talking with the wonderful analysts, not that I don't like to pick their brains or anything like that. They do have a fair bit of knowledge in the back of their noggins. We were waiting for a player. Now, just to be completely transparent, Onami, from what I'm just going to make sure that I read this correctly, Onami have unfortunately had to forfeit the game. So there's an allocated time limit to when you can have your players in the server and when you can have them ready by. Unfortunately, Onami have not been able to get all 5 or even filled the roster with subs. So that means Knights end up with a clean 7-0 victory over Onami. I mean, I don't want to take the piss too much about it, but that was probably going to be the scoreline anyway.
Yeah, just shout out to Onami, just kind of saved us all the, trouble, spare 40 minutes.
Oh yes, they played the victory! Yeah, they did! And the Knights take it convincingly, 7-0! What a performance on Villa! They are surely the best that O's have to offer at the moment. Sorry, I just had to let that one out. I absolutely love your production. Oh, Turtle. What a way to cap the day off, hey. We were actually, do you want to know what's really messed up? So for all the viewers at home, we have a little ongoing joke, especially with production, where it's before 10, okay? So that's generally when we finish before 10 o'clock. OCN, I think generally finishes around 12 o'clock AEST. So it's almost midnight by the time we finish most days. Today it is 10 past 10. We almost, for the first time ever, had a before 10 OCN show. Not to be. It's not to be. But, anyway, that is what it is. Turtle, bit of a disappointing way for Onami to go out, but, okay, I don't want to look into this too much, but if you don't have a player ready for when there is a regulation game, sub or whatever we can do to get someone in there to fill, probably not the greatest sign, is it?
Yeah, usually it's just something out of control, last minute that happens that causes these situations. It's unfortunate for Onami, but it is what it is.
It's a little bit heartbreaking, if I'm being completely honest. I was really looking forward to the last game of the day. Vast, we can probably take this in whatever direction you want. I don't know if you've got anything that you generally want to talk about, because we are just going to wait and get all of our assets ready so we've got something to talk about. But do you have anything in that noggin you want to have a little bit of a yarn about?
I'll be honest, Manic, I've ran out of things about 10 minutes ago, and I just tried to improvise as much as I could. So forgive me if whatever I was saying was just absolute waffle, but look, I agree. It is not all jokes aside, it's not a good way to kind of end. I mean,
no.
Yeah, what else can I really add to that?
Isn't it? Do you want to know what's funny though? Like, it's not funny. It was a 7-3 victory, then a 7-2 victory, then a 7-1 victory, and then a 7-0 victory. So I don't know if you like the secret oh my god, what did I just go to say though? Oh, look, you can see it in front of your eyes. I've lost it. I've lost the plot. Turtle, any comments on tonight? I mean, what on earth?
I'm gonna be completely honest. This, apart from the Ground Zero Bliss game, everything just sort of went the opposite way. Chiefs wildcard. That should have been a close game, potentially OT, but wildcard just were on fire tonight. Vertex and Odium, just Vertex. I don't know. They just had they'd had special sauce tonight or something.
I mean, is he wrong, Vast?
Yeah, he's not wrong. I think they had my blessing. That's what it was. When they saw my prediction, they just had so much belief in themselves. So, like, you know what? If Vast is believing in us, boys, we can do this.
Speaking of vast belief, I believe that's 4-0 for you today. Let's have a look at the predictions just to confirm what we already know is true. I can't believe you've done this. I cannot believe that you have done this. I am thoroughly disappointed. You know who I'm most disappointed in all of this? Turtle.
Don't you know?
What is going on, mate? 13 and 11. You are shocking.
You know it's bad when you're losing to Xenox.
Yeah, that's when it's really bad. That's when it's god awful, actually. I'm not even drawing with Xenox. That's how, you know, like that. That's really not good from you, mate. I think you've just got too much faith in the Chiefs.
I really must be that, eh? A bit too much faith in Chiefs, a bit too much faith in Odium. Like, I you know, got to go against them next week.
Well, it's time to have a look at our MVP of the week. It is none other than Vinny Vincia from Wildcard. Absolute Chad. Look at that chin. Look at that deadpan look. Vast. 13 and 5. It's a pretty hard KD to amount. And then when you consider they took on the Chiefs, this is really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his stats, like a negative entry and, you know, kind of getting that many kills kind of shows what importance Vinny had. And it was mainly the late game I noticed that even when Wildcard were down, he would just really pick his moments wisely. And then, you know, all of a sudden, they're 5-3 down. You know, he's getting 2-3 kills. I mean, he almost got that 1v4, 1v5 clutch in Canada, which was insane. I feel like if Worthy wasn't Buck then, that was, you know, very winnable. But yeah, just what a performance from him. Just really calculated, really calm.
And I think that's one thing that we've always seen from Vinny is when he's comfortable, Turtle, it actually, he is a gnarly player. And I hate saying, you know, when Vinny pops off, so does Wildcard, but there does seem to be like almost a linear effect.
I think you're right there. The reason Wildcard picked up Vinny was because of his just fragging potential, his potential to pull out rounds. And like towards the end of last year, when Wildcard were really struggling, Vinny was having probably one of the worst seasons of his life from memory. And now he's sort of come back to his own. He's got that confidence, new roster as well. And it's kind of scary to see. He's going off, and Wildcard looked like sort of Wildcard at old tonight.
I know, it's kind of terrifying that this is where we're getting to. You know, Knights are coming back into form, so too are the Wildcard boys. So let's have a look at how the standings are fitting after tonight's performances. The top of the pack now looking very interesting. Wildcard only 2 points behind the Knights. The only way they can leapfrog is if the Knights lose in regulation and Wildcard win in regulation on Playday 7. Anything you want to note here, Vast?
Not really. Just Chiefs do better. I don't know. Chiefs and Bliss do better. That's all I have to say. That's my input.
They let their best two go to the analyst desk of OCN, so I don't know what you expect from them. Turtle, we do look to that middle of the pack. I'm probably more so looking to Bliss and Odium here. Very interesting to see, you know, third and fourth. The fact that they're kind of just hovering between each other.
Yeah, I think next week is really just battle of not who's going to take first, but that second and third spot. Like, Odium and Bliss are really contesting that. Wildcard obviously looking for that first spot, but if they lose, they can drop all the way down to fourth.
It's kind of scary, isn't it? Actually, kind of wild to think about. But yeah, Onami with only 1 point, Knights 15 points. So far, the flawless... I believe it's... No. I jumped the gun there a little bit. I thought maybe they were on the flawless track, and then I realized they did cop an L. That's just the way it is for Knights at the moment, but... Look, overall, I think a little ribbon on the day here, Vars, is the fact that we have finished so early. This may well be a bit of a speed run, probably one of the quickest nights we've had for OCN. So I don't know what your takeaway is, but do you have one?
I actually do, Manic, believe it or not.
What? Nah. Hang on a second.
All I have to really say is, like, I don't know, I I don't really know what it is right now, but just thinking about it, like, we barely have had any OTs, and I feel like Stage 3, there were just so many OTs, so many close games, and look, obviously, who doesn't want an early night, but like, I feel like Stage 3, the games were just a lot more, I don't want to use the word better, I feel like there's a better word to use, but like...
Better.
It just, you know, just a lot more closer, and it just made, you know, the last... I just remember in Stage 3, the last few Playdays were just so intense, so insane, because everyone was just... It was just a dogfight.
Yeah.
You truly didn't really know who was going to win. And
Yeah,
I don't know, this stage...
Yeah.
Everyone's just, I don't know, 7-2, 7-3, it's like...
Yeah. It's been a bit of a... I think the shake-ups of all the rosters have certainly not helped with that. You know, it's... kind of been a little bit harder to keep those stable rosters together. Turtle, before we close things out, what do you got to say?
Gotta say, honestly, yeah, gotta agree with Vast. It's been a shocker of a season so far. Teams
I
you
didn't
expect
say
to
that.
win.
I didn't say that.
I've already checked out. But yeah, it's been a shocker of a season so far.
I already
Teams you
got a few
expect to
teams
win.
hating me tonight.
Few too many.
Teams you expect to be at the top of the leaderboard, down near the middle, near the bottom, and teams you don't expect to be there or sort of underperforming recently at the top. So, I don't know. Love to see it, though.
Yeah, I guess if you're a Wildcard or a Knights fan, you're absolutely cheering. If you're a Bliss fan, you're probably a little bit more pissed about that one. But I think that's all for tonight. I mean, it was a quick night. It was short. It was sweet, but it was entertaining nonetheless. I'd like to say thank you very much for joining us all here on the desk for OCN. It's been an absolute pleasure to run you through Playday 6. The final Playday concludes next Friday, so make sure you pen that one in the calendar. But until then, please stay safe, take care, and good night. Absolutely, this is the definition of stuck between a rock and a hard place. See you later. See, this is the biggest supremacist thing I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, once again, information. Oh my god, that was so beautiful. The drone in, the read, Xenon for the cutoff, the grab for Gunners, some of which have come up from OCL.
10 seconds, they're just going to send it in. They have to do so. They cannot play for the plant. They're going to go safe here. Supreme behind reinforced wall. Ed, what can he do? Can he shut it down? 2 seconds left, but Ed can't deny it. And in a 1 versus 4, he will make this interesting, but it's just not enough. Vertex with a huge 7-3 victory. Zane, here we go. What's he going to do? Absolutely nothing, because they're watching the long line. Shotgun up close. Why are you running into a shotgun? Why are you running into a shotgun on server stairs? Pat now, can he get anything else done? No, Chiefs trade out efficiently.
Perhaps they just think it's an off day for them. We need this tactical timeout as like a mental boost.
Have to try and go for brute force, but Vinny gets aggressive.
Thank goodness for the Chiefs.
That's really lucky, because where Vinny is as well, Vinny could actually go massive! Find himself a quick double. If he wins this fight, it may be on! Vinny in a 1v5 scenario.
As for Odium, of course, Sawyer, Ed, Pan, and Twent played on that roster.
It's the default plan. President has now also been smoked out of the default plan, has to go for an off plan. Shade, I think he knows where he is. He finds him through the feet in the ground. 3 seconds left to go, and the diffuser is cold on the ground. And Wettables, he's about to be in a world of pain. 2 flashbangs go up, full white, and a grenade to follow, and perfect textbook from Team Bliss.
Do they know where this plant is going down? Do they know it's going down? Cairo should be able to hold it. They don't know where it's going down. It's a free plant for Wildcard. The post plant is incredibly important here.
2 players down for the Chiefs as well. Only Boydie left to pick the pieces up, but Pat, finding 2 kills in that post-plant situation, is able to win out the round for Wildcard. So the first attack for Wildcard going in their favor. And
Thank OCN.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Hey guys, it's Joshua from Banks Arcade. Wanted to let you know that we are teaming up with OCN International for our new song, Chosen. It is out now, and you can stream it on Spotify or any other streaming platform that you use.
Thank for OCN.